Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Prophecy of the Throne stream. Today we are starting just a bit earlier. I got done sooner. Maxi, mate, I don't know. Are you okay, man? So many emojis spamming the chat. So I have waited for this day. What's up, Grammar? More Prophecy of the Throne today. I once again will keep the habit of just taking screenshots of the relevant moments so that I have good thumbnails. The thing is that you can't really read the text super well on the tiny thumbnail, especially if you're on mobile. So I ended up picking one with Priscilla and Al. I thought it was appropriate. I think Priscilla is always very clickbaitable. There is with the I don't know if you guys know, but there is a feature on YouTube for A/B testing of thumbnails, where you pretty much set up to 3 thumbnails, and you get which one got the most watch time. It's watch time and not views, because YouTube wants to prevent clickbaity thumbnails that have totally misleading content, right? So watch time is the most valued metric, obviously, because it means that the thumbnail is appropriate for the type of video that it is, right? It means that the people clicked and they stay watching. Either way, in these A/B testing thumbnails, I usually do some tests where, for example, for the episode reviews, I put usually just my face, because it's usually 3 in the morning when I finish editing, and I just can't be bothered to do very elaborate thumbnails, right? But I put my face in it, and then I use 3 separate frames of the episode. The frames with the ladies always get the most watch time. That's all I'm going to say. Then this was a long tangent, but we got back to it. Not to say that my viewers are gooners, but I'm just not going to say anything. What's up, David? Indulge yourself in silence. Yeah, I thought about that one. That was a very funny line, but once again, I think the text just doesn't come through super well on the thumbnail size, especially if you're on mobile. So, David, I'm from Portugal. This isn't a new thing. I've actually disclosed this a little while ago, because a lot of people, for some reason, thought I was Italian, which kind of surprised me. I don't think I have an Italian accent, but Tion, I got you. Well, it means that the Priscilla thumbnail is working. Okay, so just wanted to cover a few things. I don't want to jump right into the game, because I did schedule it to 11:30, so it would be quite rude of me if I started much earlier. But I do want to cover some things, mainly upcoming content for the channel. As most of you guys know, I'm sure, Rezero Core 1 Season 4 will have 11 episodes. So tomorrow is the second to last day, and next week will be the last. And in the meantime, I think my plan is probably to invest on trying to finish some of the series I've been postponing for a long time. I have 4 Overlord volumes left, which is, to be honest, quite a lot, especially because 2 of them are the biggest in the series. But I really want to be finished with Overlord. Number one, because I want to reread Overlord, because it's cool, right? And I haven't read the last few books, so it's not so much a reread, but it's a first time read, which is exciting. And second of all, I want to open up myself for new series to read. Namely, I was thinking of Ishura, which I know is not popular at all, and I was thinking of Lord of the Mysteries as well, which I know a lot of you guys enjoy. The thing about Lord of the Mysteries is the size intimidates me. That's what she said. The size is quite scary, especially coming after, Rezero, which is such a long series, especially with all of the side content, which I can't be bothered to get into at this point in my life. But yeah, the plan is pretty much to not put ReZero content on hold, especially because I will still be reviewing chapters, and I will be experimenting, if I have the time, with a bit more not video essays necessarily, but a bit more just opinionated content, instead of just doing everything like a volume review or a episode review, just trying to do more like just what I think about this or this character or whatever. Let's see how that goes if I have time for that. But I think it can be fun to make a little bit of a more casual video, not so much under the guise of a review, but just an opinion. And yeah, so I will always post Rezero content because, let's be honest, my channel is mostly Rezero, right? But I do want to finish some series in the meantime, in this sort of, I guess, less than 2 months period between Kur 1 and Kur 2, because if I'm not mistaken, Kur 2 is coming out in August, so it's actually not a lot of time for me. But yeah. Tivesse pressentimento. Yeah, I mean, the Portuguese accent when speaking English, if you know what to look for, it's very recognizable. A lot of people say that we kind of sound like Russians speaking English, which I it's hard for me as a Portuguese person to admit that, but I can see where people are coming from when they say that, because our sounds are very like close. I can't quite explain it in English, but I can see why people say we have a similar accent to Russians or more Eastern Europe style. The Brazilian accent is also very, very recognizable, but for totally different sounds. Just so you guys know, this isn't necessarily an official rule of the stream or whatever, but just so we are all on the same page. Even if you guys like type me in other languages, obviously I only really know Portuguese, Spanish, and English, right? You can type in French, I just won't be able to recognize what you're saying. But if you type in other languages, I will always reply in English, not to be mean or whatever, but just so everybody in the stream feels included, right? I don't want to have like multilingual parallel conversations. It just gets confusing for everybody, especially because most of you watching this, statistically speaking, are just English speakers from the United States, right? So yeah. Besides that, I also wanted to say something. Oh yeah, the streams are being super fun, and I was thinking that maybe it was kind of like, in retrospect, right? Obviously, I wanted to do these nightly streams because I wanted to play Prophecy of the Throne, and really during the night is the only time that I have, right? But by the way, I should boot up the game also to give you guys some wonderful background music. So I wanted to play Prophecy of the Throne, so that was something that I wanted to do specifically, but I do want to keep streaming at some point, and I don't know what I'm going to stream next. I do love visual novels, but the thing is, hold on, let me just get past the Shunsoft propaganda here, and also I'll just... Okay, here we are. So, which voice is this? I feel like such a LARPer. I'm recognizing the voice, but I can't quite make out who it is. Either way, tell me in the chat if you recognize this voice. Either way, I was thinking, like, visual novels are super cool, but visual novels are a bit of a lonely endeavor, I think, because, like, keeping up with the chat and, like, streaming a visual novel, sometimes I have to fill a lot of time, verbally speaking, because, like, a visual novel is just not that engaging to watch because it's just text, right? Obviously, most of you, the few of you that do watch me, are very interested in Rezero and the visual novel, but I wanted to try, just as a sort of experimentation, to play something a bit more gamey, like an actual game. I know it sounds crazy, but an actual game with gameplay that's not just clicking through text. And so I thought about various options, and maybe I think like some sort of like RPG or something would be fun, especially because, let's be honest, I'm old, I'm tired, and I just do not have the gaming ability to play like a super engaging, like a three-dimensional game, or a game that's based on reflexes like a platformer or anything at this hour of the night. It's just not happening, guys. I've never been like elite gamer, and I'm not going to start now, certainly, so it would be funny for you guys to see me playing Dark Souls, but it's just not going to happen, guys. I wouldn't be able to beat even the first boss. It's just, I'm too noob for that. So either way, I was thinking about an RPG, and I thought about replaying some of the old Pokemon games, because I'm actually also interested in that, to be totally honest. I haven't played Fire Red, for example, in probably almost 2 decades, which is crazy. It really makes me feel old when I put it in that perspective. It makes me really feel old. But I think that would be fun. I also thought about playing some gacha games, because I don't really play any besides Pokemon Pocket, but that doesn't really count in my mind. But some games that I've always been interested in and never had the time to play, such as Fate Grand Order or what's it called? Honkai Star Rail? Wandering Wuthering Waves? Are those the names? Either way, some games that I always see people that are, you know, sometimes with similar interests to mine, games that people seem to enjoy, but I've never had the time to play them. My only issue with that is some of those games I sort of don't know what I'm going in for, and it may be like a different gameplay experience than I'm expecting, and I'm a bit of a completionist. Once I start something, I think I'll be obsessed and I have to finish it, so I have to be very careful with what I choose. And also some of the gacha games I played, for example, I think it was Fire Emblem, the gacha game, I can't recall the name, but a lot of gacha games have this sort of mechanic where you either have to wait or pay real money to keep playing. And it's like, that's a crap stream, right? I don't want to wait or pay real money, obviously. I don't want to go into debt or anything, so I don't know if a lot of those games are streamable, but let me know. I think something soft like a Pokemon game would be super cool, and it would allow me to interact a lot with chat, right? Like I catch whatever Pokemon and give funny nicknames or whatever. Maybe it's more fun in my mind than in actuality, but I think it would be a good idea, but let's see. Also let me switch here to the live chat, because some people for some reason are hated by YouTube, and YouTube just does not show your comments, which is bizarre, by the way. We've had a stream once where a member was being hidden by YouTube, which is crazy, right? It's a paying member, so it's clearly not a troll or a bot, but still YouTube was not showing their comments in live chat, in top chat, which is crazy. Yeah, grammar. Portuguese accent and Brazilian accent is very, very different. Sounded like Mimi. Yeah, I was thinking either one of the triplets or maybe Puck, but nah, maybe not Puck. I think one of the triplets, yeah. FGO is kind of like a VN though. Oh, okay, interesting. So maybe that option is removed. Because, like I said, I have a lot of VNs that I would like to play or replay, like Danganronpa, like play Steins Gate for the first time, play Umineko or some of those banger visual novels for the first time. But I sort of don't want to stream another thing that's like super, you know, light novel adjacent, because at some point I do want to have like a real gaming experience. So if FGO is kind of like a VN, that's probably a no for me. Speaking of being a completionist, oh, okay, yeah, Grammar, I've spoken about this before. I don't know if I will have the patience to actually get all of the achievements. I'm for sure not getting all of the achievements, that's a given. But I don't know, if there's like a second ending that's just like, you know, on the second playthrough you can get it super quickly, right at the beginning or something, I may do it. Replaying the entire game multiple times is something I'm probably not willing to do. Aura X. Okay, Bubba, okay, I see you. The whole thing, for those who do not follow me on Twitter, there was the thing where after LARPing the Aura Monster scene, now we're going to LARP Todd from the novels, which I won't spoil who Todd is, but he's one of my favorite characters, let's just put it that way. And the LARPing is just insane. People just... And at one point it's like, listen, I look at brain rot as sort of like funny nonsense humor. I don't take it that seriously. I'm just sort of worried for the anime-only experience, because I know that a lot of anime-onlys were actually super disappointed with the stairs scene, even though it was, in my opinion, very, very good, but they were expecting something totally different because of the memes. And at some point it's like, okay, novel readers are having fun, and LARPers that pretend to read the novels are having fun, right? But at some point, maybe it's not just like an inside joke, it's also sort of ruining the experience for anime-onlys, because it's sort of setting the wrong expectations. That's something I worry about. Maybe I'm just old, I don't know. Maybe it's just funny memes and nobody cares, but I do know for a fact a lot of people were disappointed with the Aura Monster scene, but yeah. Have you ever played Persona? No, David, that's another thing that I would really like to play, but once again, I think it's super like light novel adjacent, not visual novel adjacent. And also the thing with Persona is, if I'm not mistaken, each game is like upwards of 30 hours, which is also a tough ask, right? I wanted to play, which is why I suggested Pokemon and thought about Pokemon, because I think it's like a relatively short game, especially if you're not going the completionist route. If you truly want to speedrun a Pokemon game, you can beat the game in less than 10 hours, right? Whereas, you know, Persona, probably not. Honkai Star Rail, I'm assuming that's what HSR means, would be better though. Yeah, I don't know. I also, once again, I think there's a lot of intersection between anime fans and gacha game fans, right? Because the aesthetic is just so similar. And I've heard a lot about various gacha games. The other day I was on my YouTube Music on my car, and all of a sudden a music from Wandering Waves started playing, and it was pretty cool. That's all I'm gonna say. Unc, please read the dedicating if. Dedicating if. Oh, is that the Sasageru if? I don't know my Japanese crap, but I'm assuming that one's it. If that is the if from Arc 9, then I read a lot of spoilers. I was pretty much just forced to read some spoilers, right? It seems pretty cool. I do want to make a series one day where I just go through all of the if stories. I think that will be pretty cool as well. And surprisingly, I think in more demand than the X stories, which did surprise me. The X stories are published, they have books, which are right behind me, but people don't seem to care about them as much as the if stories, which was actually pretty surprising to me. Because in my mind, I think from the little that I've read, I think the if stories are cool, but one of the reasons why I like Rezero so much is because there's this recurring theme of hope and perseveration, you know, and just keep striving and never giving up, and no matter how dire and very bad things become, right? And the if stories seem to like invert that and make Subaru overly edgy and dramatic, which is what I sort of started reading Rezero to get away from. So I'm kind of turned off by some of the if story premises, but one day I'll read them for sure, just because it's Rezero and, you know, it's by my goat Tape, obviously. I need all LARP glaze. I mean, Al has been glazed for a long time now, so I think you'll be fine. I think most of the community really enjoys Al, so I think he's a good one. You know what I'm afraid of, for those of you, without giving away any spoilers, for Season 4, I am reading Volume 23 as the season goes on, so that I always know what's going to happen in the next episode, right? But today I just went crazy and I just finished the entirety of Volume 23, so I just know what's going to happen, or I already knew, right? But I refreshed my memory on what happens the rest of the first cour, and all I'm gonna say is, for those of you who like Rum, like myself, she's one of my favorite characters. I think she's going to be very, very hated in the next few episodes. That's all I'm gonna say. Things do not get better if you're a Rum hater. You will have more reasons to hate her. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, Maxi, I totally agree. The stair scene was very good. Like, the voice actor actually singing, it was just maddening. It was so good. But I think that the expectations were set entirely wrong, because people just, you know, they thought it was going to be an action scene with... I saw people talking about impact frames. Why the hell would that scene have impact frames? Are you mad? I think that was just perhaps an expectation that was also set by the opening, but the opening was more of a meme than anything, once again. David Santos. Wow, that's crazy. 30 hours is 30% of the game. Yeah, buddy. Then, yeah, I hate to disappoint. I also really want to play Persona, but if it's a 100-hour investment game, it's just not happening ever in this current state of my life. If I find like $1 million in my bank account someday, I just get donated for some reason and I don't have to work anymore, then sure. Otherwise, it's not happening, man. 100-hour games are just not happening, man. They put the X meme in IMDb. I'll be honest, one thing, and maybe this is just me being an unk, right? I am very surprised at how seriously people are taking IMDb. It's legitimately astonishing to me, because I'm an old school anime fan, right? Anime was like the weird thing. If you liked anime, you were weird. And there was a very close, or should I say, very strong distinction between like real series like Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, you know, all that good stuff, and the trashy anime, right? So this new paradigm where fans are obsessing over episode ratings, which was always sort of true, but always sort of bizarre to me. But even further than that, people are obsessing over episode ratings of anime shows in normie websites like IMDb. That blows my mind. The old school anime fan in me is just aghast at the things people are doing now. Personal opinion, I fundamentally do not care and could not care less about how IMDb ranks an episode or not. It's just so ridiculous to me. One of these days I'm gonna make a video just talking about episode ratings and just, you know, just fully crashing out probably, but I don't know, it's just a topic that's so silly to me. Animated enough. Yeah, once again, Krat, it's just people that had the wrong expectations. Like, that scene didn't need to be animated enough. The magic of that scene was entirely in the voice acting, so... Yeah, Baba, I love Rum too. I love Rum too, but I think she will keep getting slandered as the season goes on, unfortunately. Yeah, I always imagine impact frames whenever I'm climbing some stairs, man. That's what gets me going. I hope for those of you who saw it, I hope you enjoyed the sort of sketch. I don't even know what to call it, a sort of cold open for my latest video. A part of me thought, am I going too far? Because that is by far the craziest intro I ever did. But I just thought, whatever, let's just upload it and hopefully people will like it, so... Yeah, Krat, that's what I also saw in relation to the spoilers, that the Sasageru if was more like sort of bittersweet than necessarily edgy and dooming. So I'm definitely, that's probably the one I'm more interested in reading, especially because it's an if story of my favorite arc, so... Yeah, I agree, David. I think the if stories could be like fun movies or OVAs. I just don't see the point of doing a full season. I think you could do a full season, sort of like with the X stories, or at least a full season with just the Wilhelm trilogy. I think that would be fun, you know, X2, X3, and X6, I think. Yeah, that would be super cool to see the Willogy live in living color. Jansho is doing hyper publicity. Yeah, I mean, I'll wish him well. That's all I'll say. He seems like a very excited guy. The way he uses social media seems exhausting, though. That's all I'm going to say. I have no beef with the man. Please don't try to turn this into drama. But the way he uses social media seems exhausting. I could never. It's not my personality to, you know, use it that way. Thank you, man. You gotta be more unhinged. I always know that I'm getting to a very strong point of being unhinged whenever, like, my wife asks me what I'm doing, right? There were a few reviews, I remember, this started happening when I was reviewing Arc 7, and for those of you who are anime-onlys, let's just say there are some voluptuous ladies in that arc, and I was barking and doing all this extra stuff, right? And one of the videos, she asked me, "Are you okay? Is something wrong?" That's when I knew it was too far. Either way, it's 7 minutes past 30. Let's then start the actual game, which is what I assume what most of you came here for. So let's start. New game. What the? Oh my fuck. How do I get out of here? Hold on. I have to remember the controls again. Is it? Okay. Hold on, player. Yes, quit, please. Okay. I quit the game. I don't go back to the menu. That's crazy, man. It wouldn't be a stream of mine without one of these goofs. By the way, in case you missed the last stream, I unintentionally spoiled one of the biggest plot points of the entire game because I was a fool and I wanted to check something on the Wikipedia. And I went to the Wikipedia and I spoiled myself like an idiot, so... Good lord, off to a good start. Yeah, for sure. If Kadokawa just gave the IP to some other studios, I think that would be highly appreciated. I think some other studios are probably better suited to work on the if stories, if I'm being totally honest. I would love an if story animated by MAPPA, that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so where were we? We were in a flashback. Oh right, so Subaru was starting to notice that he seemed to be a little bit too friendly towards Melty without even knowing why, because he has justifications for each camp why he likes them, but Melty seems a bit fishy. So maybe there's some, I don't know, some shenanigans going on here, some illusion magic perhaps, let's see. Also, for those of you who missed the last stream, Subaru and Ram, me piloting Subaru obviously, we fought the Fat Clown and we won. How did we win? We gave him emotional damage and then we just slammed trash on him. That was, actually we didn't even manage to slam trash on him, we just let Rem do the work after we gave him the initial emotional damage, which is, you know, the weakness of every villain. Talk no jutsu. How can people not love rum? And there's a percentage of people that actually think that rum just hates Subaru. Like, have you, like, I don't have siblings, right? But even I know that this is like a bickering sibling relationship, right? Have you never seen like brothers and sisters talk, or brothers and brothers talk, and the way they talk to each other? But anyway, I can't do the entire rum apology tour again. I just can't, man. Dude, Puck's calves, or should I say thighs, never cease to amaze me. And even the calves, man is thick. Man is going to the gym. A magical solution. Let's see, Roswell. Okay, very nice. Roswell the wingman. Roswell is literally aiding us in the flirting of Emilia. So nice. Rem will be jealous, I bet, so. Rem came as well. God damn it, Rem. I mean, Subaru is such a player, he could probably, you know, handle both at the same time, if you catch my drift, but no, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. Oh yeah, right, Al soloed completely. Al soloed that fight, he just came in and helped, like a big bro. Oh yeah, right, I was totally forgetting that Al was involved in that, for sure. I was just saying more in terms of gameplay. We literally just did emotional damage and then we just passed our turns and did nothing, so once again. I feel like, I don't want to keep saying the same thing on every stream, but I feel like the action sequences in this game, and obviously I'm playing them wrong, I'm not getting all of the info that I should to have the clues to do the actions or whatever, but even then, I feel like I'm doing a lot of nothing. Like, the action scenes are totally unnecessary because the gameplay portions of the game don't actually have a lot of gameplay. I feel like I'm just, you know, running around doing nothing, like the NBA meme goes. He fooled y'all, he's just running around doing nothing. Yeah, obviously Subaru does not trust the Council of Wise Men, because they have a certain tendency to not like Emilia, for the reasons that we already know. Damn, Emilia with the neg. Daily task, yeah, so just getting touched by Ferris? Once again, I think this game is super fun in terms of like just the comedy aspects of it. Like the sound designs and like the little effects that we have and whatnot. I think it's very cute. It's just, you know, all the rest that sort of puzzles me. I know a lot of you would pay good money to be touched by Ferris like this, that's all I'm gonna say. And I wish you well. I wish you well. Shiku shiku. Reading this as Arc 6 is airing is super fun because the dynamics are sort of so different now, but at the same time not. Like Emilia is much more assertive and is much closer with Subaru. Here she's still a little bit distant, right? And Rem is obviously asleep, so that dynamic is super different. Having to leave the game to get to the menu is hilarious. Yeah, Grammar, please tell me I'm not crazy. Surely when you say quit and you're inside the game, you go back to the main menu, not actually leave the game. That's just... whatever. Have you seen that ReZero fan animation that will happen in episode 11? Anthony, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I saw a fan animation for Arc 6 like a while back, like many months back. So I don't know if you're talking about that one or not. Unfortunately, because YouTube is super cool with copyright, and by cool I mean not cool. Especially Kadokawa. Kadokawa is sniffing me, man. They are on my ass because of the reaction videos. But I wish I could just watch it here. If we were on Twitch, I probably would. But yeah, I don't want to, you know, multi-stream or anything, because let's be honest, I don't have enough of an audience to really scatter my audience in different platforms. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't watch it right now on YouTube. Do you think tomorrow's episode is going to be better? I mean, in terms of content, it probably could be, if I'm being honest, because a next episode, if it's adapted like the light novel, it's more of a mind break. It's super confusing. I think, especially at the time that I was reading it for the first time and for anime onlys, if next episode is done right, it will be very, very confusing. But it's just, you know, it's so captivating because you're just so entranced in what you're watching. I think in terms of content, it's probably better. In terms of adaptation, I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not somebody who's super strict with the directing and super picky, like, oh no, this framing, this shot should be more this way. I'm not really, I don't know. I'm very easy to please, if I'm being super honest, in more ways than one. But that's what she said. But but I don't know, I think it probably will be. Let's see. How many times have you got spoiled about this game's plot? You won just at one time, just at one plot point. That, yeah, I spoiled on Wikipedia. Besides that, I don't actually know how the game ends, like what's the resolution. I mean, I'm assuming I know that the resolution is Melty getting kicked out of the race, right? Because she's a fake candidate, obviously. But I don't know anything else besides that. I will not need therapy, I mean, yeah, Bubba. The thing is, ReZero in many ways is very therapy adjacent, because it's very cathartic. You see this character that has a worse life situation than you, but still manages to, you know, struggle through that and make something out of himself. That's super hopeful. That's super inspiring. So I personally like it. I played on my PS4, also made me exit to the home screen. That's so cringe. Oh well, just fun games, guys. Fun games. The fun thing is, if we're talking about, you know, obviously if we don't know Melty is the fake one, because we know that, right? Because of our knowledge of ReZero as a whole. But if we ignore that part, if we just came into this game blind for some strange reason, Krush is probably the most suspect, because she literally wants to use the royal selection to sort of end the dragon and just sort of end all of the traditions of Lugunica. She would have the most to profit from faking herself into the election. So Krush is actually pretty suspect. Obviously we know she's a queen, she's not fake, she could never be fake. But yeah, she's actually pretty suspicious in a vacuum. Which I don't think anybody plays this game in the vacuum. Once again, I highly doubt somebody's going on Steam or PlayStation Store or whatever and just buying this game out of nowhere. ReZero, I wonder what this is. And being honest, if this was their first impression of ReZero, good god. Dude, did I not just call it? Did I not just call it 10 seconds before? This is actually crazy. This is actually crazy. I literally called it 10 seconds before. Yeah, if the justification is what I said, then yeah, Krush is probably the most suspicious because of her motivations. I never know how to pronounce Bordeaux? Bordeaux? Je suis Bordeaux? I never know how to pronounce that name. There's a lot of names in ReZero that I have trouble with. Oh, when I was thinking about yesterday, or just today even reading the novel, was Meili. Meili's surname? Portrut? Je suis Portrut? Porridge? I don't know, I'm not quite sure. For some reason, there are some names that just mess me up, especially because this probably doesn't happen with Americans, obviously, but sometimes the Japanese pronunciation is actually easier than the English pronunciation for somebody that speaks like a sort of, I guess, Latin language, right? So sometimes my brain just blue screens because I don't know which path to go, and it's just, you know, very troublesome. For example, Cecilus, I just call him Ceci. I have no idea what the proper pronunciation of that is in English. Cecilus? I don't know, man. I just call him Cecilus, but yeah. Also, another one that always messes me up is from Overlord. Hold on, let me just show this. Maybe somebody can educate me. Oh, it actually has a pronunciation here, but still messes me up. It's this character from Overlord. So in Japanese, they say kokyutos, which is not what is written here, as obviously. So I don't know if it's Cositus, Casitus. I just say kokyutos. I literally just say the homaji, the Japanese pronunciation, because I can't even attempt to like pronounce whatever this is. It's just one of those names, man. So sometimes when in doubt, I just say the homaji. Like here I say kokyutos. There was a point in time where I called Sesi just Seshirisu because it's the homaji, right? So yeah, let's go back to Puck. Interesting, Crush is making... Huh. She is suggesting a pact. Interesting, so she must totally not suspect Emilia, which, to be honest, for the reasons that the game has already stated, Emilia is totally not suspicious. And also a fairly good ally, because you can see that Emilia is just super naive, super sincere, and would never lie to you, so she's probably a very good ally. Anthony, yeah, that should probably be the final scene, but please don't get too much into it in case there are anime onlys here. But yeah, I think that should be the final scene. I think it's a very good point to end the season. Yeah, Bubba, the thing about Rezero is that in the first few moments of the arc, it's always super confusing, and then things unravel and they sort of start making sense, but then the arc finishes and you're like, wait, they didn't explain that one detail or that one detail, and then you just have to keep reading to know more, right? That's how Rezero gets you. Tape is a master clickbaiter. Subaru-kyun. Even Ferris is worried. Hold on though, let me just turn on my fan. Unfortunately, my air conditioning is still not fixed. Last week I went to the roof with I guess a technical person. I don't know what to, some dude who fixes ACs. I don't know what to call it in English, but either way, I went with him to the roof. I was bitten, or should I say stung by a bee, which was not pleasant, and I realized that I have two ACs broken in my house, which is lovely. One of them is here, so I am just dying of heat, which is why I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt. I promise I'm not a douchebag. I promise I'm not a bad person. It's just I'm trying to keep myself cool without being naked in front of the camera, okay? I cannot show you guys titty, at least not now. Maybe one day our relationship will grow, we'll go to coffee first, and then, you know, I'll ask you how your childhood was like, and then I can show you titty, but not right now. Still too soon, guys, too soon. This is true. Like I said in the previous stream, Emilia is very much in the same wavelength as Melty. They're very like the same archetype of character, which would be funny if they didn't get along well, but I think they will. It's also funny because Emilia probably wouldn't visit the church much because the church believes she's the devil, so probably not a good place to be if you're Emilia. Various children playing. Hey, Salem and Puka. Once again, chat decided that Puka was cuter than Puck. I still doubt chat's decision on that one, but sure. She's more feminine, I will give you that. She's more feminine, but I don't know. She looks a bit like a deformed squirrel, which... Salem has a very sexy voice. If I was a true nerd, if I truly knew Ball, I would know this voice actor by heart. But unfortunately I don't really know any voice actor names. I'm super terrible at memorizing names, man. There's a lot of, like, I can tell you, for example, which characters they voiced, but I cannot tell you, like, the names of the voice actors. It's just not something I'm able to memorize in my advanced age. Right, this does also expand the Rezero universe quite a bit, because in Arc 1 we get to think of like the spirit arts users, and we actually don't see a lot of them throughout the series. It's pretty much Melee, Subaru, Julius. Am I missing somebody? I feel like I'm missing somebody. But yeah, it's pretty much them and now Salem, so quite a rare thing. She's kinda cheeky. I do enjoy her personality. Puka is kinda cheeky. Oh, it's the girl that got lost, which obviously we don't know that because we cannot see the girl's face because there's no PNG for the girl. She wasn't important enough to get a PNG. Once again, much like Rem said, the children know the hierarchies between people and they know that Subaru is at the bottom. Seeing Subaru getting bullied by children is kind of endearing though. He's the kind of guy that would probably be a good father. Probably a lot more loving towards his children than he is to himself. And before somebody says in chat, yo bro, that's Arc 12 spoilers, man. I hope ReZero has an epilogue, by the way. After the story is over, I do hope that we get an epilogue with the characters and what they're doing and whatnot. Obviously, I hope everybody is safe and sound. I hope everybody lives, except the characters I do not like. Which is mostly just, you know, Tiga. Just kidding, just kidding. Oh right, because in this continuum, Puck and Puka haven't met yet. I love the contrast between Puka, the friendly but somewhat quirky squirrel, and then we have Puck, the apocalypse beast and the great spirit of fire. Why doesn't Beatrice have a nickname, by the way? She should have a nickname as a spirit. Like the, I don't know, the lolly librarian or something. Something more intimidating than that. Yo, what's up, Ethan? I think that fraud will come back in Arc 11 or the end of this arc. I mean, let's see. Are you talking about... I mentioned Tiga. Are you talking about Tiga? Or who are you talking about? Yeah, Puck just sort of, much like in the real series, Puck just sort of disappears for long periods of time in the game. I'll be honest, it's always, I also, when I was talking about making like more opinionated videos and, you know, not so much like episode reviews or chapter reviews, but sort of like opinion or take on a character or a plot point or whatever, I am very puzzled as to Tape's intent and just overall plan for Puck. Because Puck, a lot of people like to meme that Puck is irrelevant or whatever, but that's not so much a meme, that's just an actual fact. He just sort of, he doesn't do much besides be a reset mechanism for Subaru early on, and after that he just sort of disappears from the story. So it's not entirely clear to me what's going to happen with Puck, if he's going to be even relevant at any point. I mean, I assume he's going to come up again, right? But I just don't know how important he is to the main story. And just, I don't know how important he is, even if he should be added to the story, because up until this point, I don't think he's done much. He was a bit of an emotional crutch for Emilia at the beginning of the series, which obviously served its purpose, but even then, I don't know. Puck as a character, to me, I don't hate Puck. I know a lot of people hate Puck because he's just overly protective as a father, and that reminds them of their daddy issues. Just kidding. But yeah, I know a lot of people hate Puck. I don't hate the character. I'm just a bit confused. I'm very indifferent towards him. I just don't think he serves a lot of purpose after a certain while. And the thing is, Puck could have been killed or destroyed by something, but he's still in there in the crystal, which obviously means he's going to come back at some point. I just don't know to do what, right? Especially because the dynamic between Subaru and Emilia is already so different that if Puck was added back in, I just don't think that would necessarily be a good thing. I think it could kind of ruin the vibes, if you get me, so I don't know. Yeah, Anthony, but Byaku is not just, you know, Beast of the End type of nicknames, you know. We need something cool for Beatrice, like the librarian gangster or something, you know, something intimidating that sends shivers down the enemy's spine. The greatest fraud of all time. I mean, maybe Puck isn't a fraud because there were never any expectations to begin with. If you really think about it, he's just a reset mechanism. Even in this game, he's such a dick. His only purpose is literally to reset Subaru whenever anything goes wrong. I think out of what we've had 3 loops, like we are currently in. Let me just check. Hold on, not this button. This button. Yeah, flowchart. So yeah, so we are in loop 4, and correct me if I'm wrong, but so we have reset 3 times. One of them was we were literally burned alive by the fat clown, but the other 2 was just Puck. So Puck is just a reset mechanism, even in the game. The Hat Bastard, what's up? Notice how Subaru is more aggressive towards Tegan than he is towards Julius, even though he dislikes Julius more. He's afraid of the purple hair knight. Wow, Salem just laughed. All from the same place, very interesting. They are likely all conspiring together. To do what? I'm not sure. Poor Emilia, she has no childhood friends, or the ones she does have are frozen, so... Quite a dire situation. Aww. He's taking pity on him. Subaru needs some more carbs to bulk up, you know, get really jacked and juicy, to protect Emilia as her knight. Okay. I mean, there's not much leeway to sort of localize Mel, besides just Mel, right? Meru. But yeah, some of the localizations in this game are very cringe. I'm glad this one at least stayed intact. I'll give Millie a pass, because you can't really localize Emilia Tan, right? That's not something you can localize without fundamentally changing it, right? But Rum Rum is still, brother. I will keep beating that dead horse until we finish the game, man. Rum Rum is so cringe. Once again, the tertiary characters are the ones who profit the most. Here are the kids. Usually it's the Apple guy. Yes, I know he's called Kadomon, but Apple guy is just funnier. Interesting. They're at an inn in the city. Okay, see us anytime. This is totally not suspicious. I wish some idiot hadn't spoiled himself about this game. If you weren't on the last stream, I won't give away what the spoiler is, just that I know it, right? So. Yeah, I mean, Subaru edits, if Puck is just a lore drop machine, then at least that's like useful, right? I think that will probably better his opinion in the eyes of a lot of fans. Yeah, I can think of multiple things for Puck as well. I've also seen the theory that Puck is Emilia's actual father, just transformed into a spirit or whatever. I think that can be fun, perhaps, depending on how it's executed. I just think that his presence in the story is weird, especially because if we make the comparison with another character from 400 years ago, right? If we compare him with Echidna, even though she's in the story not a lot, right? She was in Arc 4 and that's pretty much it. But she always looms in the story. She's always present. You're always thinking about her, be it through Echidna in Arc 6, be it through Beatrice, obviously Subaru's partner, just her relationship with Roswell, her relationship with a lot of other characters that I won't spoil, right? You're always thinking of Echidna even though she's not there. Whereas Puck, I legitimately, until I played this game, I legitimately forgot that he existed, which is like, I don't know, that's shocking, right? For a character that's supposed to be important. Like, I legitimately forget that Puck is in the story until he appears in things like this, in promotional material and whatnot. I love when they do promotional material for Rezero, and you have all of the characters, and then Puck is in there like, hey, I'm still here, I'm still alive. Kadomon, yeah, Brooke. Kadomon does sound like a Digimon name, that's for sure true. What's your favorite Rezero female character? That's a tough question. Probably between Rum and Krush and Emilia and Elsa, all for very distinct reasons. Rum is hilarious. Rum is by far the funniest character in this series, bar none. Like, no one is even close. Krush is like, she's very dignified. I really respect Krush. I really enjoy her as a character. Emilia, I'm going to say something that will perhaps get me in trouble, but Emilia in some ways reminds me of my wife. Like, I really like those sort of kind characters, even though, for the record, Emilia is much more naive and just sort of airheaded and just, oblivious than my wife is, for the record. I'm not saying they're the exact same. I'm saying they have some similarities, right? But I think Emilia is super kind, and I just like the whole I switch aesthetic. It just calls to me, much like the military aesthetic calls to me with Krush. And Elsa, I wouldn't say Elsa is my favorite female character, but I love her so much. She's in the top 5 for sure, because she's just deliciously evil. I like when series have a mix of villains. Like, you have sometimes villains which are very tragic, and they're almost like a product of their circumstances, like Betelgeuse, for example, even though he's pure evil, at least in his current state, or his previous current state before he died, right? But even though Betelgeuse is pure evil, you can sort of still empathize with him and feel for him, especially when you get to know his backstory. But certain other characters like Elsa she's just evil, man. There's no sad backstory or whatever, or she does have a sad-ish backstory, but she's just a bad person, and I think that's beautiful. I think you need that in fiction. And also, she's a goth lady with a large chest, which does also add to my liking of her character. Not even going to pretend otherwise. Anthony, probably not, man. I think OVA of X4 and X5 would be super cool. I just think with the current practice of White Fox or whatever studio is picking that up, I just think it's probably not likely. I would love it, but I just wouldn't put my hopes for it, because I think you'll get disappointed. For anime only, after the season end, would you recommend reading the web novel or the light novel? No problem, man. These questions are good. Questions I also didn't know when I started watching Rezero. But the thing is, I have a lot of fans from Latin America, so if you are from Latin America, the story is different. But if you are an English speaker, you actually have no option. You have to start the web novel, because for reference, The light novel is currently on volume 44, I think, 44 or 45. I think it's 44. And the light novel, the actual official English translations, are on volume like 27 or 28. So even if you just want to read Arc 7, which you won't just want to read Arc 7. Once you read Arc 7, you'll want to read Arc 8 because they're two halves of a whole, right? If you want to actually read Rezero and catch up to the novel, you have to read the web novel. There's literally no other alternative, which is why I jumped on the web novel as well. I was reading the official English translations because I like just collecting the books, and I prefer reading a physical book than reading on my screen. It just sort of strains my eyes. I know it's ironic because I'm playing a visual novel, right? But yeah, at some point when I jumped from Arc 6 to Arc 7, I literally had to read the web novel because there was nothing else available. Rem or Emilia? Gunpark, for me, Emilia, but it's like, I prefer Emilia more as a character, but I also really appreciate Rem, and it's like I don't have a dog in that fight. I think narratively speaking, it would make more sense if Subaru ended with Emilia, but I'm not one of the type of people that goes into the I don't know, live chats or Twitter comments or whatever and starts fighting about, no, actually Emilia is better than Rem. I'm not, you know, I don't care. But I, generally speaking, like Emilia more as a character. I actually want to add something to this conversation, but it would be an Arc 9 spoiler, so I won't do it. But I actually think this topic is super interesting if it's actually civilized people talking and not just middle schoolers arguing on Twitter. So yeah, Calamari, I think so too. I think Puck is sort of like a narrative crutch for Emilia to sort of be relatively emotionally stable, because let's not forget she's like 14 or whatever and she has very little awareness of the world. But once Subaru takes over, Puck is no longer needed, which is why I even said I think it would be perhaps more fitting if Puck died, but Puck is still alive, so it's one of those things where I'm guessing he's coming back and doing something. I just don't know what, because once again, to reiterate, I think if he came back into the story, the sort of dynamic between him, Subaru, and Emilia is just off, because Puck is just, you know, a crutch that is no longer needed. So Kadamon digivolves into Apamon. And don't forget the third digivolution, which is just a naked lady for some reason, and then the fourth digivolution, which is just a giant cat or something strange like that. People like, for people who don't know Digimon, like the evolutions make no sense, and it's hilarious. Yeah, Poland, shout out to Poland, by the way. I think Poland and Brazil are the countries that are the most ahead. So shout out to Poland, shout out to Brazil. The English translation is just pitiful, man. I think especially now with the season 4 hype, Rezero was so popular. How is it not in Yen Press's like financial interests to put out more Rezero, especially when the content is already available? All you have to do is translate it. The translations, without wanting to offend anybody, are not even particularly high quality, so it's not like they're doing like, you know, super meticulous work that needs to be crafted carefully. No. The translations are, generally speaking, mediocre. So I don't understand. It would be one thing if the translation took a long time but was super good, or it would be another thing if the translations were very quick but super sloppy. But we get the sort of worst of both worlds, which is the translations are sloppy and take forever. So yeah. Once again, the voice acting for this for this game is so fun. I like to think that for this game, especially because I don't imagine the budget was super big, and they do have some still very big voice actors, right? I like to think that they literally just went into the studio and they just did everything on first take. Literally everything. And you know, they just managed to do it. Because they're the GOATs. Voice acting in Rezero is so good. Yo, Melty-sama. Once again, Melty is super Emilia coded. She's also very shy and very awkward, and you know, she definitely has a different vibe than all of the other candidates, who are all very confident, with obviously Priscilla standing at the top with perhaps too much confidence, to the point it can be obnoxious. That's a screenshot. That's a screenshot. Also, once again, I hope I don't spoil myself, but I just have to do this. Hold on. Yeah, I don't even need to enter Wikipedia. Yeah, so once again, I just want to say, like Asian beauty standards, right? Hold. Where's the thing? Okay, never mind. Okay, here it is. Here's my... Once again, he's saying that she's fat. Look at this. Does this look fat to you? I know it's a joke, but still, good lord. Much spicier. I mean, for sure, calling you fat, you could say it's spicy. I do not recommend that type of teasing, guys. If you are talking to women, I do not recommend that type of teasing. Speaking of Pokemon, here we are. We're playing Pokemon now. Hold on. That's a screenshot. This is like the third time this screenshot is used. I mean, the praying really moved you, but you have to understand, she's praying to a religion that hates you, so that's probably not the best. Not the best for you. How is this making any sense in canon? Like, hair and eye color? She has the hair and eye color of the devil. What are you talking about? What is happening? You're a nun of a religion that should hate this type of person. What are you saying? Hold on. I've complimented Emilia's insides too? Okay. Subaru is kinda quirky in this adaptation, that's all I'm gonna say. We ran into her. Shoutouts to Elsa, the goat, the absolute goat. Really buff? I just think he's fat, mate. I don't think he's really buff. He can't get around a bunch of crates. He's the one who should do less midnight snacking, if you catch my drift. This is so funny because they're likely colluding with each other, right? So yeah, actually, maybe some of you guys can tell me this. I don't know what the Rezero canon is for Emilia. So for example, in series like Fate Stay Night, right, Saber is super strong, but her muscles aren't actually super big. She's strong because she uses mana to sort of reinforce her body or whatever. So she's not actually super buff. I don't know if that's the exact same canon for Emilia. I'm assuming so, that in this world just mana makes you stronger, right? Because even Reinhardt looks like kind of a twink, right? So that's my headcanon, but let me know how the buffness works in Rezero, in case you know. Oh, well, we are running out of battery. Hold on. That's actually also true. Emilia boasting about her muscles instead of magic. Okay. I don't want Minerva to be Emilia's mother. Yeah, I don't know. I think at this point that's sort of been confirmed by season 2, right? I'm not sure that's something they're going back on. I think in terms of personalities, I can see it. They're both very kind and very, you know, eager to help other people, so I think it makes sense. In terms of lore, I'll be honest, that confuses me. I mean, it kind of doesn't, because Emilia is a half-elf, right? So I guess that's the human half, and then I guess the father is an elf, a full-fledged elf, but yeah, I can't wait to see more about that, but yeah, it's a strange connection. Jakuna, I think that as a lot of people think, and as it's been hinted various times throughout the series, I think Satella probably has some connection with Emilia, or there's some like huge time loop where Satella is Emilia somehow, in which case, yeah, I think if Subaru ends with Emilia, then he will have to save Satella, you know, strictly speaking. So I think, yeah, he will be able to save Satella, and I just think the entire series is like so much, like I said, a message of hope and saving people and, you know, overcoming struggles, that I think it would be thematically a failure if Subaru didn't manage to save Satella. You know, when the good guy promises something, he has to achieve it, right? So yeah, but that thing about 15 arcs is false. He clarified it's only 12. Who do you think has the voice of a certain emperor in season 5? Yeah, Anthony, I actually posted a Twitter post about that, of some likely voice actors. But I will tell you this. This is who I wanted to be that certain emperor's voice actor. Let me see if I can find him. Once again, I don't know names of voice actors, guys. Sorry, it's just tough for me to memorize. I wanted this gentleman here. But unfortunately, as most of you guys know, the voice actor for Al unfortunately passed away, and this gentleman took over. So this is now Al's voice actor, which I love Al, but I think this voice actor, Seki, Tomokazu Seki, would fit so well with a certain character that's yet to come that it makes me kind of sad, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, the thing, once again, this is also perfectly connects with the conversation I was having about Puck. Characters like Echidna and a character like Rem, for example, who's literally asleep and doing nothing, you can still feel her presence and her connection with the other characters, especially with our main character Subaru. Puck is just non-existent in the story and in vibes, so this is what I'm talking about. You don't need to sort of be constantly on screen talking to be felt by the reader, but Puck is just not felt at all. Brother is not even in the same wavelength. Yeah, B-Wizard, I think so. Emilia has been confirmed to at least have higher mana than Roswell. I hope that's not a huge spoiler, but I don't think that's super relevant to the story, right? But yeah, I think it's in Arc 8, it's confirmed that Emilia has more mana than Roswell, so she has an insane mana pool after Arc 4. It's just that she's not the most experienced. Yeah, Bubba, I think he passed before season 3. Hold on, I don't want to spread misinformation. Let me confirm what I'm saying. Where's my mouse? Where am I? Okay, here I am. Let's put Rezero. Yeah, Keiji Fujiwara was the previous voice actor. He died at 55. So let's see here. So just so you guys don't think I'm spreading misinformation. God damn it, where is the mouse? Yeah, so yeah, he passed away in 2020, so that was before season 3. So what you saw in terms of Val in season 3 was already the new voice actor, the same voice actor as Gilgamesh. Let's just confirm this. Yeah, why am I not using Control F, by the way? I'm so dumb. Yeah, so he did season 1, and then he did, I guess Prophecy of the Throne isn't here. But yeah, if he died in 2020, I think Prophecy of the Throne is 2026, no? Prophecy of the... I can't spell. Rezero. Yeah, 2021. Yeah, so this this should also be... Even Al in this game is probably already the new voice actor. Also, he could have recorded it before he died, right? But I'm not sure about that. Yeah, just a super unfortunate situation, man. Obviously unfortunate that he died so young. 55 is super young, man. Due to cancer. God damn it. Super sad. At least Tiga is honest. He's putting himself in the pecking order. Obviously, he knows that he could beat the living crap out of Subaru and Ferris. Obviously, in a straight up fight. Ferris is also not super effective. I love the shake. Okay, Mel can use healing magic, so she's sort of like Rem, I'm guessing. She can use healing magic, probably not super proficiently, but she can also bang. I don't know if Mel can bang, because Rem can bang. She can bang for sure. Can also use healing magic. A small repose, yeah. So probably in the same capacity that Rem can also use healing magic. There's actually super cool lore in Overlord regarding this, because they say that the church can't just offer healing services for free, or else it would affect the economy in a bad way. I'm super overly summarizing, but whatever, you guys get the point, right? And so in Overlord, even the priests have to ask for money to heal people, which is like a super hilarious detail. I really like how intricate some of the isekai worlds are, especially Overlord. I think it's very well made. Here it seems there's not a problem with that. It seems like they can just heal for free. But I imagine that doesn't sit well with everybody. At one point, I think Ferris even mentions that he's pretty expensive. So Ferris is, you know, he's getting paid. My man is getting paid. As he should, right? He's the best, so. Is she going to be honest, Emilia? Is she just going to say, I don't care about any of this, I just want to save the people from my village? Okay, she's giving the PR answer. This is just a PR answer, guys. Do not believe this. Emilia is doing this for selfish reasons. Isn't my only goal. At least she's somewhat honest. This was actually pretty eloquent from Emilia, you know. She's usually not the best speaker, certainly not as good as some of the other candidates like Anastasia and Krush, for example. So I think this was actually pretty solid. Good speech, Emilia. I don't know if you have my vote, but, you know, I consider you a serious candidate, which has not always been the case in Rezero. Oh, come on, they stop us before she actually says her objective? That's lame. This girl creeps me out. Sakura is so creepy for some reason. I'm just so suspicious of her. Obviously, I'm suspicious of every single game original character, right? But Sakura in particular. Okay. Okay, so finally, I actually like this. I think it's cool that they actually, you know, treat the religion like an actual religion with standards and practices, which is why I think it's so goofy that Mel says that, you know, Emilia's appearance is very nice or whatever, because she's literally the appearance of the devil that was defeated, or should I say sealed away by the dragon, so. It's like in the world of Harry Potter. You see a dude without a nose, you look very beautiful, just like Voldemort. Okay, we made a friend. That's nice. I'll just have to use the chat on the computer because my phone is charging. Is there anything else but the Arc 4 content that hints at Minerva being Emily's mom? No, Emilia's past is very shrouded in mystery. It's just the Arc 4 content that you saw in Season 2. No more. Yes, Godfrey, the casting for Olbart is also something I'm very curious about. Oh, really? He was also Senku's dad from Dr. Stone. That's crazy. I actually didn't watch much of Dr. Stone. I read the entirety of the manga, but I just don't think the adaptation was particularly, you know, must watch. I just thought it was a decent adaptation, but I had already read the manga, and it's not like it's my favorite manga of all time or anything, so I just didn't feel the need to rewatch it in anime format. So I only watched Season 1, I'm pretty sure. So I never got to that scene with the father, I think. Hey Bubba, I don't ban people for having opinions unless you're just being super obnoxious, don't worry. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Mushoku Tensei. I think if you're asking that, you probably already know that, I don't know, but... yeah, just I think Mushoku Tensei has a lot of potential. It has a lot of things that I like about it, certainly. I think, you know, some of the episodes are very good, but it just has certain things that I just don't like, and yeah, I hate the main character. That's about as mildly as I can put it. Emily, I love kids rooted on it. Alex with the top tier slander. This is some very good rage bait, man. I appreciate it. Subaru kids love. Alex and Scott with the top tier rage bait. I really appreciate it, guys. Have you seen Subaru's English VA recent post about episode 11? Yeah, I have. I'm hyped. I think it's going to be good. But once again, like, how do I say this? How do I say this without sounding like mean or whatever? Like, I didn't need to hear it from him, like, because once again, I'm not a novel reader, so I'm already pretty hyped by myself, and I tend to not get swayed too much with other people's opinions, because I think that has always led me to disaster. It has always led me to getting disappointed. So I love Rezero, so I'm hyped for the season, I'm hyped for the content, but I'm always tentatively weighing on what's yet to come, right? I think some people just overblow their expectations way too much and get disappointed. Obviously, we had the Aura, the Aura Monster episode, right? But I think, generally speaking, some people take it way too far on social media, and it's like, brother, just calm down, okay? Let's just sit back, enjoy the show. Let's not pretend that we are, you know, super cynical art critics that have to nitpick every frame and every directing choice and whatnot. Let's just enjoy the show. At least that's my stance on it. But I can understand if you're a, I don't know, if you're a professional critic, somebody who gets paid to do that, then sure. Or if you're somebody who just truly loves dissecting things in fictional series from the bottom of your heart, by all means enjoy it. But I think for myself personally, at this point in my life, and for most casual viewers, I think that's just the wrong perspective to go into a series with. I think just, you know, just try to have fun and, you know, enjoy the things that you love instead of trying to, you know, get pissed at yourself of why it couldn't be better. You know, just enjoy what you have. I don't know. And this is sounding like some Buddhist mantra or something. Yeah, Alex, I love Straight Bet. I think the original Mitten Droid with the original singer, oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Such a banger. Fits ReZero so well as well. But a part of me, for the final episode of this first cour, I would really enjoy it, and I know it's a bit trite because a lot of people have also said this on social media, but I would really enjoy it if Styx Helix played. Just in terms of nostalgic factor, I associate that song so much with ReZero, I think it would bang. We'll be disappointed anyway, so let's be hyped. Okay, man. Yeah, Baba, I don't watch previews. I don't really watch anything. So even the trailer, I watched the trailer because people ping me to react to it, and just being totally honest here, as a sort of hobbyist YouTuber, I knew that video would probably get decent views, so I also made the video. I'm not completely opposed to watching trailers or previews, but generally speaking, I don't watch them because it's not so much that I don't want to be spoiled, because obviously I'm a novel reader, like I've already spoiled myself in that sense, but I just don't care to watch them. I prefer to just go blind into the episode and be surprised. I don't feel the need to watch trailers. Literally, I was having this conversation the other day. I think the Rezero trailer, once again for the motivations that I told you, once again for the YouTube video and whatnot, I think that Rezero trailer was probably the first trailer for anything I watched in like over 5 years or something. Just something crazy like that. I just don't watch trailers. Generally speaking, I just don't care. I don't know. Even with, for example, this season has a lot of cool anime. I literally just start watching the first episode, and if I like it, I like it. If I don't, I stop. That's pretty much it. I don't watch trailers. Obviously with anime, just to add on that point, just so I don't sound like a complete psychopath, I obviously don't watch every single thing. There's a lot of pre-selection. I already know more or less what I'm going to like. And for this season in particular, I actually put a post on Twitter where I asked people to recommend me stuff. And most of the recommendations were overlapped, so a lot of people recommended the same shows. Obviously, I gave those ones a try. And also, you know, I know that my audience, generally speaking, is a bit older like me and aren't going to recommend slop. Generally speaking. Obviously, some of your recommendations are a bit... sometimes they can be a bit not for me. And just, once again, to add even more on that, some of the recommendations seem like they're not for me, but I end up enjoying them. I started watching Marriage Toxin, that's coming out this season. It's not my type of show. It's not something I ever thought I would enjoy, but it's been really, really fun. That's all I'm gonna say. I have to make a live stream talking about the previous anime season and this anime season, like what's good and what's not. And that live stream, I will probably try to make it after this first cour of ReZero is over. And I will try to make it during the afternoon so that I can actually, you know, talk louder and be more energetic and whatnot. This is more of a Dio After Dark, you know, just a sort of more subdued experience. And that live stream, I want to be a bit more upbeat. I think it's more fun that way. To make a tier list with drama and rankings and putting things on the bottom and on the top. And interacting with the chat, the controversy. Ah. That's surprisingly naive for Rem standards. Interesting. Interesting how pious Rem is. I did not expect this turn of events. Interesting, if the wording is at least 5, then sure. But that has never been the wording though. I always thought it was just 5, and not at least 5. I love how the Emilia camp is a bunch of, you know, naive goody two-shoes. They're so sweet. They're so sweet. Obviously this comes into play a lot of times, right? When faced with very difficult circumstances, but I love the overall attitude of this camp. It's also why characters like Otto and Ram work super well, because they're... The thing is, for example, just going back to the example of Arc 6 that's currently airing out right now, Ram, I would say, is probably the most normal person in that group. Julius is way too mature. Every normal person would be crashing out of their mind if they were in Julius's situation. Emilia is just impossibly kind. Beatrice is impossibly kind, once again, towards Subaru. I think Ram is actually the more normal one. And once again, Otto in this camp is also a very personality type that's needed, because Otto is, generally speaking, the rational one that actually has the rational take instead of just let's save everybody. Stuff our faces. Interesting. Is he going to the end where Anastasia is? I mean, not just Puck's rules, right? I don't think any of them can drink. Obviously, I don't know what Lugunika's laws are, but at least in Japan settings, I don't think any of them can drink. At this point in the series, they're like 17, I think. Not super sure. Let me just... I need to know these factoids. I must know. Rezero, Subaru. Once again, if you're an anime only, do not do what I'm doing right now. Do not go to the Wikipedia if you're anime only. You are forbidden by law. So, as of the time of Arcs 3, so this one, yeah, so Subaru was 17. I think they're all 17. Aren't they all the same age? Emilia is... Oh, right, Emilia is not 17, dummy. But in terms of mental age or whatever, she's also super young. Her age isn't even here. Hold on. What am I missing? Oh, so it's just vague, like late teens, physical, mid-teens, emotional. Okay, okay. Unknown, actual. Okay, sure. Sure, Emilia. Yeah, she clearly not a person that should be drinking. And Rem is also 17, yeah. So they're all the same age. Rem is such a glazer. Rem is so like, once again, find yourself a wife that loves you like Rem loves Subaru and you will be set for life. Rem is a ride or die. She's always there. Always glazing. Always there to support him, no matter what. I think Subaru did not anticipate that if he went to the same pub as Anastasia, that Julius would also be there. I love how Subaru always calls out Julius towards normalcy. Julius always tries to look all knightly and dignified, and Subaru's like, nah, you're a dork, just like me. You're so cute. Once again, like I was saying, the banter between Subaru and Tiga and Subaru and Julius is similar, but the reactions are very different. Tiga plays with it a lot more and just sort of plays along, whereas Julius is a lot more prickly with Subaru. Tiga is more of a bickering friend, Julius is more of a rival, and I like that. This is a man's fight. For those who are just catching the stream and don't know much about this game, this is an alternative to Arc 3, so the fight between Subaru and Julius actually never happened. So... I love how honest Subaru is. It's like a bully picking on a weakling. I love the self-awareness. Once again, I think Subaru never really lacked in self-awareness in the series. I think he's always been very aware of his powers. It's just that in that crash out moment in the Royal Castle, he was just emotionally overwhelmed and his mouth just started speaking faster than his head could think, right? But I don't think he was ever under the impression that he could beat Julius. I don't think that was ever something that he actually thought. Maybe he didn't know how, like, just how gigantic the chasm between the two is, but I don't think he ever thought he could beat Julius. Once again, I wish I had my phone. You guys are like super far away from me now. You're in the other monitor. Can I just... Hold on. Am I being a dork? Can I just pop out chat? Hold on, how do you do this? Pop out chat. Oh, much better now. See? I'm a streamer, somewhat. Okay, live chat once again, so nobody gets censored. Do you watch the small 3-minute or so episodes? No, really, I don't really watch PVs, or I also don't really like watching those break times or whatever they're called. It's just, once again, I'm a novel reader, so I'm more interested in the episode. In terms of cut content, I already read the novels, so there's not much in there for me. The only sort of chibi thing I ever watched was the ones for Lord of the Mysteries, because they legitimately had a lot of lore hidden in them that I just didn't have time at the time to read the novel, right? I still don't, by the way, but I'm thinking about it, slowly but surely. Just woke up from an accidental nap. Hey, what's up, Grammar? Once again, these are just ASMR streams in disguise, because I'm just whispering to the mic. So if you sleep, I don't take it to heart. You can sleep all you want, man. Fraud Stasia looks in this game. Yeah, man, Anastasia looks so ugly. Oh shit. El Padre Davi, what's up, man? First time I see you on a stream. Welcome. 10 seasons. Yeah, I mean, depends on how they split it up, right? I'm so scared for season 3 and 8. This is 3 and 8, stupid. Season 7 and 8. I'm so scared what they're going to do for Wallachia, how they're going to split it, how they're going to adapt it. But yeah, I don't want to give away too much because of spoilers for anime onlys, but let's just say in terms of sheer length, and this isn't really a spoiler, right? Just in terms of sheer length, as in number of books, the next arc is the biggest one in the series by far. So I don't know how they're going to adapt it. Just if they're going to split it in a lot of cores, if they're going to cut a lot of content, just very, very doubtful, very nervous what they're going to do next season. Ideally, the next season, if it were up to me, right, it would be 2 24 seasons, 2 24 episode seasons, so 4 cores. 4 cores of 12 episodes, let's just say it like that. Is that going to happen though? I don't know. Most certainly not in a row. Like, even this season got split. We have a 2-month wait before the second core comes. So I don't know how that would work. Bro trying to tempt me to nap. I mean, you can nap all you want, Grammar. That's okay. I love how shameful Subaru is sometimes, and Rem is just there for him no matter what. Yeah, I don't think Rem could win either. Especially because this Julius is pre-memory wipe, so he still has his spirits, do not forget. So yeah, I don't think it would be close. Yeah, man, Tensura is also doing something like that, but I'll be honest, I don't think that the situations between Tensura and Rezero are super similar. Mostly because Tensura, for some reason, the Japanese love slime. They just love slime. I don't know why, man. Genuinely speaking, I think it's just comfort food. It's like the sloppy series. You just turn your brain off and read. Because, man, I'm watching the newest season of Slime. It's just, you know, it's, I mean, I don't think this season is as bad as the previous one. The previous one was just kind of terrible, the first half of it at least. But I can't hate on Slime too much, because I do think it is cute, it does some things right, but it's just, The fact that it is so popular in Japan, it just blows me away. So Slime is going to have like a 50-something episode season, but Slime is just, you know, they have that money from the light novel sales. It's like the second or first most sold light novel, something crazy like that. I think it's second behind Apothecary Diaries, or at least it was in some graph that I saw. So yeah, ReZero is nowhere near as popular as Slime, guys. I know it's sad, I know it's weird, because Slime is just what it is, but yeah, I don't think ReZero has the sort of budget to have such a long season just greenlit just like that. Yeah, Slime doesn't sound too appetizing. Alex, don't even joke about that, man. I'm still so pissed at the Al situation. It's actually so bad. Actually so bad. Grammar, if you could not make it further than 9 episodes in Slime, then let me just say, do not watch Slime, because the beginning of the series is probably the best it's ever going to be. So I think Slime was sort of like this. It kept growing and growing. It sort of peaked at season 2. I shouldn't say peaked, because I really like the sort of humble beginnings type of story where you have nothing and they're building a village from literal, you know, sticks and stones. I think that's fun, at least for me. But I thought Slime started off very strong. It had a peak in Season 2, and ever since then, Season 3 was just fell off a cliff. Season 4 is sort of on the come up, but I think it's still, you know, not as good as when it started. Anastasia is loving it. Anastasia is obviously teasing Emilia. Emilia doesn't understand it because, you know, she's 14 mentally or whatever. Not even being 14. There are some very savvy 14-year-olds. Let me just say that. That sounded weird, but Emilia just does not have that street knowledge. Felt, for example. Felt catches everything because she's been molded by the streets. I love the banter with Julius, especially because as of this moment in the story, because the crash out never happened and the duel at the courtyard never happened, there's just less tension between, obviously they're rivals, right? But there's less tension between Subaru and Julius because Julius never beat Subaru up, right? There's obviously a bit of tension with someone if somebody, you know, beats you up with a stick. That's usually not something that is conducive to friendly relationships. Julius is loyal to Anastasia, but he's also kind of a dog of the kingdom, so obviously the biggest dog is Reinhardt. The biggest doggy of the kingdom. If the kingdom says woof, Reinhardt says woof woof. She's right, as of this moment in the series, Subaru is actually not Emilia's knight. He's employed by Roswell. Rem with the glaze. Rem always with the glaze. It's so funny. Once again, Subaru with the flirt. These two are so funny. Obviously, I don't think Subaru should God damn it, my late night dyslexia is kicking in. Subaru shouldn't say this out loud because the thing is, obviously he knows this from previous loops that Anastasia frequents this pub, but if he says it like this, then Anastasia will be suspicious of Subaru and will investigate him. So, like we know that she did in Season 3. Anastasia is somebody that always has a plan and always has contingencies set up, except that moment in the game where she was literally alone by herself with Subaru and required us to throw boxes at the enemy. I know I keep saying this every stream, but it's still so funny to me, man, the fact that this, like, fat clown was chasing us and we threw boxes and carts at him. It's just, man, I can't. It's just so silly, man. It's just so silly. Yeah, Emilia isn't much of a, you know, self-promoter. She's not really, you know, calculating like that. She's just cute because she is truly cute. Yep, we already know that, because once again, Emilia doesn't have any motivation to be the fake candidate because she's already too suspicious for being a half-elf. Good one, Subaru. It just came to me. Subaru is literally doing the meme of source, I made it up. He's literally doing the source meme. Ram always with the glaze. No matter what. No matter how stupid Subaru sounds, Ram is always there glazing. I don't think I've ever heard Anastasia laugh like this in the actual series. She's having a blast in this game. Once again, man. I said this, I think it was on the first stream ever, where he also mentioned this, but Subaru is a villain. He's introducing gambling into this world. He's introducing gambling, guys. Are we the baddies? Are we the baddies? Hoshin of the Wastes. Nice lore drop. We know that gambling existed before. Yeah, Bubba, being a Ram fan is, yeah, it's like being a fan of certain sports teams, where, you know, you had your moment a long time ago, and now it's just been nothing for a long, long time. But, you know, you still must push on and keep being a fan. But yeah, once again, Alex, just like you said, I think despite not being in the series and it being a bit sad for Ram fans, I think Ram still has a presence that's felt throughout the series. Unlike Puck. Glazing Subaru is the reason this heart keeps beating. It's for sure, man. Rem in Arc 3 is just so fun, man. She's always #1 fan. She's a fangirl. She's a groupie. Interesting. This is actually something that always sort of made me curious, like what exactly is Anastasia's financial standing in Lugunica. So she has her company up and running in Kararagi, but I guess in Lugunica she's still not properly set up. But I don't know what that means once again. And it's one of those things where obviously the author doesn't need to go into too much detail. That's sort of like just lore mumbo jumbo, right? But I don't know. Sometimes I'm a bit surprised that there wasn't a bigger deal out of Anastasia being from Kararagi and being a royal candidate, right? You would assume, like if this was real life, for example, if one of the candidates was somebody from another country, that would be like a topic of conversation at least, right? But it seems that maybe Emilia just completely overshadows the entire thing, the fact that she's similar to Satella, but it's always been strange to me that they never mentioned that with Anastasia. It wasn't even a topic ever, which is, I don't know, strange. Speaking of merchants, what's up, Otto? Speaking of gambling, what's up, Otto? Damn, Otto's a drinker. Otto's a big drinker. Damn, Otto can drink. Okay, loop 4, day 7. Subaru, scot-free. You want Uma Musume with spirits. Honestly, I would probably bet on Puck. I would guess that he's probably the fastest, but I don't know. I guess Beatrice could sort of like reduce her weight to nothing and just propel herself to the finish line or something. Actually, that's kind of, you know, funny theory crafting. Hey, Deslitsu? What's up, man? You should be studying for my final exam tomorrow. That decides my computer science degree, but here I am. What's up, man? Listen, I know I'm not supposed to say this as a YouTuber, but are you sure you want to be here? I mean, if I'm being honest though, computer science, depending on what exam, spoilers, I'm also from computer science. I also have done that degree. Depending on what like course you're studying for, what exam you're studying for, like studying in the final day may be completely useless. Just, we used to have a meme for certain courses where we said studying is useless, you either know it or you don't. So maybe it's true for you. Maybe you either know it or you don't. Studying is useless. Stay in school, kids, okay? Stay in school. But yeah, I guess a factoid about me for those who are curious, I'm also from computer science. It's not engineering, it's computer science and business management, which, yeah, I've never managed a business. And if having a YouTube channel counts as a business, then I'm not a good manager, so. Yeah, Alex, that's probably the justification. Yeah, Emilia just sort of overshadows the entire conversation, but I don't know, it's still strange that no one, not even one of the Elder Council, mentioned that Anastasia is not from here. Graham is like a nicer version of my dad. I'm afraid to ask Grammar. I'm afraid you're going to drop the dark backstory. As dignified as ever. I don't know if dignified is the adjective for Subaru. See, this is the perfect dynamic, and this is what a lot of guys are missing, is that Rem is the ultimate glazer, but Ram just tears you down and knocks you down several pegs. So the balance between the two is what we need. It's yin and yang, right? Subaru can never feel too fresh with Ram, but also can never feel too depressed with Rem. So it's a balance, right? We need both. We need both Oni sisters. Subaru needs this. He literally needs this. I love how dramatic Ram is. She's so dramatic, man. I love Ram. I love Ram so much. Ozamashi. Ozamashi. I love the banter so much, man. This is the game I love. Not literally, but metaphorically, the game as in Rezero. Rem, you're supposed to protect your royal candidate, not Subaru. Hey, they're here? The fatty and the pervert? In case somebody just hopped on the stream, I don't actually think Melty is fat, okay? It's just because Tiga called her fat, okay? Just so we're clear. We haven't seen him. Mel was suspicious there. She hesitated. Very fishy. It's almost like the game original characters are all related. It's very shocking. Very intriguing. Who is this wolf guy? If only the streamer did not spoil Wolf's identity in the Wikipedia. Mr. Streamer, why did you spoil yourself? Are you dumb? That's very sweet, but did you bring some candy, some cake, something? You just came here empty-handed? That's pretty rude. For those of you who are from Latin countries, or Latin similar-ish countries like myself, it is very rude to go to somebody's house and not bring something to eat. Like a sweet or a candy or some cake. Some, I don't know, some empanadas, some risóis, something, you know, something to eat, man. Come on. He knows Subaru is into gambling. Did you ever play Steins Gate? No, Baba, I never played it. It's also in my Steam account. I don't know if that's why you're asking, but yeah, I never I never played it, unfortunately. I was saying at the beginning of the stream that I want my next stream to be, my next stream as in after I finish Prophecy of the Throne, to be something a bit more gameplay oriented and not so much, you know, going through text. So I'm a bit tentative with starting the next visual novel. I want to play something more like an RPG or something chill, but that, you know, I can sort of interact with the chat and provide a more interactive experience than just text. I can't let you know why I trained with throwing knives and tomahawks. Holy shit. Grammar with the edgy backstory. Principles of programming languages, syntax and semantics, scope rules, environment stores, denote to express values, procedures, parameters. Yeah, man, all I'll say is you don't need to study that stuff because you either know it or you don't. So it's just, you know, trust in your heart and it will all be fine. Now that I think about it, my CS, like my, you know, obviously you have a lot of like degrees, or not degrees, but sort of courses that you have to take in your computer science degree, right? But my computer science ones were a lot more like practical oriented. So we didn't actually, we had a few like theoretical questions, but it was just like 1/3 or less than 1/3 of the exam. Most of the exam was just, hey, we want to do this. What's your approach for doing this? And generally speaking, the questions would be a sort of throwback to the project that you did previously. So not to say that it was easy, but it was very like, you know, educational and sort of like oriented towards practicality and not so much empty theory, which I think a lot of people are in love with empty theory. And then they can actually program anything to save their lives, or they take too long because they just, oh, this must be perfect. It's like, nah, bro, we need to make some cash. I'd rather draw, animate, and learn more prehistoric coding. I'll never do. Speaking of prehistoric coding, I also had some very old programming languages in university, which I'll probably never use in a professional scenario, but yeah. Does this game have a rum root? No, I don't think so, man. I don't think this game has any friendship or love roots in this case. Who do you prefer? Anthony, I don't want to answer that question. Don't take it to heart, but I just don't want to spoil anything for anime onlys. Also, because it's not... I don't even know how to answer that question, to be honest, because it's not a matter of preference. They serve different purposes in the story. They're both entertaining. And that bit of the story has one of my favorite volumes in the entire series. But yeah, I don't even know how to answer that question, to be honest. Is it worth buying this game as a Rezero fan? Depends on what you mean by worth. Depends also how much this is worth in the part of the world that you're from. If you see this game at $60 US, then I would say no. Can you find a 1% chance of dating each girl before they decide to kill you? I mean, they wouldn't kill you, but yeah, a lot of girls, yeah, things start out quite prickly, to say the least. Like, for example, Ram, things start off quite nasty. If Ram wasn't so goated in the first season, I think more people would hate her. But she just sort of had that moment, especially episode with From Zero, right? It's just, oh, so good. And I think she won over a lot of fans that way. But yeah, I remember some people used to hate Ram because she killed our main character. And it's like, I mean, that's a valid reason, right? I want my electrician to believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah, for sure. You know, if you don't know, you could either Google it or ask AI or whatever, or you could just decide to believe in yourself. I don't know if any of those solutions will work, but, you know, it's better than doing nothing, so... It's Otto. He's so teasing. I like how there's a sort of hierarchy where Rum bullies Subaru and then Subaru bullies Otto. Rum is so blunt. Nice. Okay, so what did Subaru promise to Otto? Yeah, when you hear about strong guards and then you see two maids, it's like... Is this going to be our next action sequence? We haven't had one in a while, right? So... I can vouch for their expertise. I wonder who it is. Tiga. Interesting. Julius as well. Damn. I mean, last time the Dusk Bandits were kind of jobbers. I don't think we need this sort of elite Avengers squad to just beat the Dusk Bandits, but sure, man. Subaru teaming up with Julius at this point in the story is just so funny, by the way. Once again, I love how self-aware Subaru is. What's your weapon? I don't have one, just a tracksuit and self-belief. Not even that, Subaru does not have self-belief. So are we going to fight the Dusk Bandits or not, man? It's 1 in the morning. I want to see some bloods, some fighting, some action. Melty's coming? Melty's coming along. Oh, right. Julius is correct, but still they should not take her with them, right? Once again, I think this is already way overkill because the Dusk Bandits are complete jobbers, but, you know, Let's do our best. She can use healing magic, so maybe it will... So charming. Du is immediately on board with her. I want to know, because we have our DPS, Tiga and Julius, we have our sort of useless character, which is Subaru. We have also DPS in Ram, we have a healer now. This could be, once again, I have never played this game, this could be the most in-depth strategic sequence of the entire game, because we have a wider variety of characters. Damage dealers, healers, utility, so let's see where this goes. Let's see if this is more riveting than just throwing boxes around. Yeah, Baba, I've never played the VN, but I did watch the anime. I enjoyed it very much, although I did watch it like quite a few years ago. I was still a teenager when I watched Steins Gate, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Man, I'm so old, man, I'm so old. I think I watched Steins Gate like 15 years ago, which is such a crazy number when I say it out loud. How am I so old? How am I still alive? I don't know. Alex, why is there a dog in the team? Hold on, man. I gotta give you the... gotta give you the meme I always give. It's this guy. It's this guy right here. It's a children's cartoon. Don't worry about it. The actual reason is because they're that dog right there is the sort of stock footage that they use for demi-humans in this game. They all look like that dog with different shades of color. So let me show you. Hold on. Is it backspace? No. Is it left control? Hold on. No, it's not this one. Esc. No, not this one. This one. Tab. Is it tab? Yes, it's this one. So they have... So this is the sort of Dusk Bandits. This is the sort of bad demi-human. And this is the good demi-human. And they pretty much just change the colors and they use this sort of PNG stock footage for every single demi-human character, so... That's why. Hey Baba, so I talked about this at the beginning of the stream. I'm actually thinking of doing something a bit more gameplay oriented instead of a visual novel, mostly because I just want to sort of experience playing a sort of actual game instead of just going through text on stream. So yeah, I was thinking of either like something like Pokemon, that's like a very chill RPG, and I think there's a lot of intersection between fans of Pokemon and anime fans in general, so me included obviously. Or either playing a game like Digimon as well, or playing some sort of gacha game. But I'm afraid of playing certain gacha games because I think they're also way too long and would require sort of currency to keep playing, you know, instead of just playing the game on stream freely. Yeah, grammar, not super woke of me, no. They're all very similar, just the color changes. Actually, nothing changes because I'm colorblind. I'm super woke, so... Once again, I love Rum. I love her so much. I love how Rum is teasing her just like she teases Emilia, but even more, because Emilia is technically her royal candidate, but Rum holds no loyalty towards Melty, so it's going to be just a psychological ass whooping from Rum. Subaru's self-esteem, always great. My favorite yaoi sheep of all time, Subaru and Julius. I should have taken a screenshot of that. I should have taken a screenshot of that. Subaru calling the other two hot. I love the sound effects. A fun picnic together. I have no idea. I mean, truth be told, it's just a poor compatibility between personalities, right? Because at this point in the series, even Subaru having reset a bunch of times, Julius has done literally nothing to him. Like I said, the crash out never happened, the duel never happened, so... Oh right, the first meeting where he sort of hit on Emilia, but then again, it's just, he didn't hit on Emilia, he was just being a knight. He's probably paid off. Yeah, definitely Melty is the less eccentric candidate, that's definitely true. Her aura she has about her. Pure seem to be learned traits, very interesting, because saying that it's a learned trait can be in a good sense, like she wants to communicate and be kind to people, so she sort of trained that skill, or it can be the bad sense, in the sense that she's trying to manipulate people, so... Let's see how Julius is. Interesting. Julius is being very cryptic. Even I'm a bit confused what he's trying to get at here, but interesting evaluation of Melty. She's a hard worker. Yeah, but the way he was phrasing it almost sounded like a diss, like she was like manipulatively kind, right? Like she tried to put on a mask, a facade. The way he phrased it was weird, especially since it's Julius, who should be very like educated and chivalric or whatever. At least Julius knows he's being rude. But interesting that Tiga just sort of spaced out, so I'm sure that Julius said something that is correct there. Off the mark, not at all. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Once again, I wonder who the imposter is in the role selection. She's denying it too strongly. Interesting, she's also an outsider, much like Anastasia. Huh. Okay, but it should hurt your chances, but this is, like I said previously, we never talk about this. We never talk about outsiders being royal candidates. But she didn't say where she's from. Faradar. Where is that? Once again, I am very, very tempted to Google Faradar, but I've already spoiled one of the things from the game, so I don't want to spoil this one. I will hold my curiosity until it's revealed later in the game, I'm assuming. Please don't spoil me in the chat as well. Really, Rammer, what characters? I'll be honest, I played the original Game Boy Advance Fire Emblems, like Sacred Stones and the other one, whose name I do not recall. I also played one for the Nintendo GameCube, and I played a bit of the gacha game for the mobile, but I didn't play many Fire Emblems besides that, even though I do like the series a lot, but it's just, you know, it's on the Switch or whatever, and, you know, I don't really have any way to play it. Interesting. I didn't know there were actually maids that were similar to them in Fire Emblem. I mean, I think if you tell me, will they ever animate TF stories? I think yes, but the timeline is fuzzy. I don't think they will animate it soon, if that makes sense. So Alex, when you say X story, you're probably meaning side story, right? Because X stories, I don't think that one counts as an X story. If I were to animate an X story, I think the biggest bang for your buck is probably to animate the Wilhelm trilogy, so X, 2, 3, and 6. If you're meaning like what I would like the most personally, putting myself in the shoes of an anime only, I think you almost have to animate X5 if you want people to sort of understand Volaki in the next season that's to come. Even if they never animate X5 in its entirety, I think they almost have to show certain flashbacks of it, right? So that anime onlys understand like what's going on in the story. Also, it probably won't be relevant for a while, maybe until Arc 10 or later, but I think X1 also has its merit. And obviously I'm a Crush fan, but I will say X1 is perhaps even more Ferris focused than Crush focused, which is a weird thing to say. Oh, and also came out after Rem and Rum were introduced. Okay, so it's just people being silly. Felicia and Flora. Let me see which game this is from. I don't think I've ever played Felicia, Flora, Fire Emblem. Yeah, so the artwork is already super recent. Fire Emblem Fates. When did this come out? 2015? Yeah. Yeah, brother. Nintendo 3DS, brother. Forget it. I've never played this in my life. Just so you know how much of a old school fan I am, when people say Fire Emblem, this is the game I think of. Fire Emblem Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. I played this game a bunch of times. It was very, very good. I like the Fire Emblem series. It's just that Fire Emblem, because it is like a sort of Nintendo exclusive, and I don't have a lot of the Nintendo consoles. I've had a Wii at some point in time. I think I still have it, but just like I don't want to play Fire Emblem on the Wii. You get me? It's just not the type of game that I want to play on the Wii. But yeah, because it's a Nintendo exclusive, I actually haven't played a lot of them, but I really enjoyed the series from what I played. And it's very interesting to me. I started playing this when I was a kid. I was probably 12 or 13 when I first played Fire Emblem. And I was super shocked that this game essentially enforces Nuzlocke rules for those who know Pokemon. So whenever one of your character dies, he's just dead permanently. Unless the main character dies, in which case you just lose, right? But the secondary characters, you just lose them forever. I was just super shocked. I was like, oh no. And that is when I started using save states and making sure that my characters never died. Because I was a cheeky kid, and still am. Obviously, if I played it on stream or something, I would not use save states because I think it's more entertaining that way. The stakes are higher for the stream, but playing it casually by myself, for sure. If a character dies, whoop, load, let's go back, let's think about that again. Binding Blade, the one with Roy. I mean, yeah, sure, you don't have to Nuzlocke, but you sort of have to restart the chapter, right? But the first time I played the game, I was a kid, I didn't know that, and I don't think they explicitly tell you that either. So when a character died, I just assumed he would be alive in the next mission, which I quickly discovered he wasn't. Binding Blade. Is that the other one? There are two Binding Blade Fire Emblem. Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I think this is probably the one I played then, because I know there are two games for the Game Boy Advance. I played Sacred Stones and another one, Binding Blade. I think this is probably the one I played. Does this one also have Hector? Is this the one with Hector? If it is, then it's the one I played. Hold on, Hector. Binding Blade. First introduced in Binding as a non-playable character. Oh, in its prequel, Blazing Blade. Oh, no, never mind. I played Blazing Blade for the Game Boy Advance. Yep. It's the prequel, apparently. Okay, interesting. Super cool to sort of relive the Fire Emblem fandom. Once again, I think there's a lot of like crossover between like anime fans and people who are predisposed to like this type of games, which is also why I'm curious to see like what my viewership would be on a sort of, for example, a Pokemon Nuzlocke or something, because I think a lot of people are Pokemon fans, or at least they would be familiar with the game, right? For example, this, just speaking purely from like a streaming perspective, the visual novel is very bad because if you sort of, let's say you didn't catch up my previous stream, right, and you tune in today, you're totally lost as to what I'm doing. Not totally lost, I sort of give you the recap and whatnot, but it's a different experience. Whereas if, for example, if a content creator that I know is playing a Pokemon game and I tune in, I know, okay, he's in the 3rd gym, he's roughly here. I can manage to sort of like situate myself, and even if I don't know the story too well, I can see that, okay, he's fighting some battles, he's doing some stuff, right? I don't think it's as overwhelming as a visual novel. It's just overall a better streaming experience. Yeah, Bubba, the Fire Emblem is very hardcore for a kid's game, that's all I'll say. Fire Emblem is very, very hardcore for a kid's game. Anthony, that's a question that's been asked as well before. I have some guesses, but I don't know. I'm very curious to see who they're going to pick for the voice character, because it needs to be somebody who can do both playful and scary, which is a skill, to do both playful and scary with the same voice tone. So yeah, Blazing Blade, exactly, Grammar. Oh, translated version of Binding Blade. I'm assuming you went to Japan then. Just kidding. Tales of series. Have you played any? The Tales of... I didn't play, but I watch... what's it called? Tales of... not Berseria, the one... Symphonia, is that it? No, not Symphonia. Tales of... Hold on, Tales of series. Hold on. Tales of Zestia. What is that? Tales of Zestiria. This is it. So I didn't actually play the game, but I watched the stream. Watched the anime for this. The anime was, I think, by Ufotable or some reputable studio. It was actually pretty decent. I don't think the story was too amazing, but I could see the potential there. I could see how fun it would be to play it as a game. So this was the only game, or should I say, my only contact with the series. I also played, I think it's by the same author, but it's not Tales of, it's The Last Remnant. No one has probably ever heard of this, but I played this. I think it's by the same author as the Tales of series or something like that. I played a bit of this game. I actually never finished it, being totally honest. It was getting very long. At some point I was like 20 hours in. Okay, mate, I think I'm done. But but it was fun-ish when I played it, so yeah. Okay, is this the action sequence? Are we finally going to have some riveting gameplay? Also die, Paris. See, we have a scout in Ram, we have DPS, we have a tank, we have a healer, we have Subaru, who is a clown. A party always needs a clown, so... Let's go. Let's whoop some ass. Once again, tell me this guy doesn't look like the average Dragon Ball villain. Like a Dragon Ball villain from Daima or something. Just so goofy. This looks like one of those goofy Akira Toriyama designs. Shoutouts to him, by the way, RIP. Such a shame, because I actually enjoyed Daima so much. I wanted him to do more. I enjoyed Daima so much more than the rest of the Dragon Ball sequels. It was actually crazy. I thought Daima was super fun and like back to the true Dragon Ball roots, but oh well. He has a huge legacy, he has nothing to be ashamed of. It's only a shame that he couldn't do more. Damn, this guy's kind of overly over the top evil. Is this not incredibly excessively evil? What the hell? This isn't a witch cult. Damn, he just went flying. The strong trio is here. Let's go. Rum stealing our thunder. God damn it, Rum. I swear I was about to say, if this were a Fire Emblem game, Subaru would be that character that can only dance and give the other characters one more turn to move. He literally does nothing besides give the other characters more turns. So dancing is actually pretty funny, she mentioned that. It would be kind of funny if after all of this there wasn't even an action sequence. Wait, are you serious? Are you serious, mate? Guys, I want you to keep in mind, if you missed the previous stream, okay? We had an action sequence that was literally us talking to people looking for a child's parents, okay? And in one of the only action sequences that I was hyped for, where we had Tiga, Julius, Ram, we were going to whoop some ass, and they skip it. I'm actually so disappointed. This is actually so goofy. I'm sorry, but this is just... Hey, whatever. Why do they look odd? Killwa's voice actor? Yeah, I think Killwa's voice actor would be good for Ceci. Yeah, Bub, I saw the Clash of Clans. I never played it. I had a lot of friends that played it in university. But yeah, I saw that. And then there was another game that I also think made a Rezero reference, which is pretty funny. They know that Rezero is popular right now, so it gets the clicks. I'm all for it, to be honest. I don't think it's copyright infringement. I think it's just a cool tribute. I think more games should do that. Yeah, I remember the anime being a promotional material for Berseria because we had a literal random episode that was just the beginning of Berseria, and I was like, huh, okay, sure. I don't even know what this is, but sure. Really? Yeah, I think Daima... Yeah, in the second half it kind of got out of control, but I thought it was still funny. And seeing like Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta or something, or... Yeah, it was Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. I think that was just too epic, man. And I think Daima was generally speaking a lot goofier. Like we had giant enemies, like as in literal giants, and we had like the sort of a Ginyu Squad ripoff. I think it was just generally speaking more fun than the Super series, from what I've seen. I'm not a huge fan of Super. No worries, man. Nobody chats too much, man. This is just a chill out chat. No worries. Dancers are broken in Fire Emblem, though. Yeah, I mean, they are and they aren't, because the thing is, I remember playing with the dancer character, and it's like, the dancers are OP for healers, but generally speaking, the character that you want to move the most is your DPS, so you just sort of annihilate their front line, right? And if you put your dancer in the front line, then he will get targeted and killed, right? So I think using the dancer, it was actually a cool mechanic because it was skill intensive, unlike what we just witnessed, by the way. I'm still pissed that they literally just off-screen the entire fight. That's crazy to me. Hey Bubba, you hate Pandora, but you like how diabolic she is. Listen, man. That is what people call a king, okay? To me that's Elsa, to you that's Pandora. I don't understand it. I don't like the blanket-wearing albino chick, but I wish you well. I wish you well in discovering your own tastes. Wait, what? In Fire Emblem 4 you can eat 4 units, and 4 units? Dog, that's crazy. Dog, that's actually crazy. Hold on. Bro, in Sacred Stones, which is what I played, we had this, right? Where is my mouse? In Sacred Stones we had this character that literally had the defenses of paper and the health of a leaf, and it died to everything, and she could only make one character move again, like one single character, that was it. So, oh, and also took forever to level up. So you could at least perhaps try and overlevel, give her some more stats, but nah. She took forever to level up, so the fact that dancers managed to dance 4 times in a game is just crazy to me. That seems super overpowered. And keep in mind, I haven't played Fire Emblem in forever, so... Whatever, yeah, Pandora is literally the 007 meme, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems that... like, a lot of the difficulty and sort of the beauty almost of Fire Emblem back in the day was just, you know, you only have one turn with each character. One action, I mean, so you have to manage it well. It seems that Fire Emblem decided it had to become more casual or something. Once again, I'm speaking without experience, just from what you guys are telling me. Those seem like interesting changes, but very broken changes that make it easier for the player. And I don't think that in a strategy game, making things easier for the player is like necessary or something that should be strived for. Dancers are always in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, once again, the meta has changed way too much. In Sacred Stones, I can tell you, I do not think that this was a top 5 or even close character in the game, so... Please tell me at least the perverted clown appears now, but I don't think he will, because I don't think the perverted clown that got soloed by Al, Subaru and Ram could take on Julius, Ram, Tiga, Ram. You know, there's just too many people here. Kimo. Would I be the dog or the cat? See, they're flirting, guys. This is totally not a yaoi relationship, okay? They're flirting. They're just flirting. Cunning like a cat or loyal like a dog. I think in this relationship, I think Julius is the dog. I think Julius is the dog, and Subaru is the cat. Once again, Subaru is introducing gambling. We are literally a bad influence in this world. What are we doing? We are the Archbishop of Greed. Interesting. Nice, quite convenient to have Julius here. Brand recognition. Interesting, he's also leaking information, a bit unavoidable in this situation, but okay. That merchant will sell that information for big dollars, or big gold, or Lugunican currency, or whatever it is. You'll never get the chance to say it. Don't worry, Subaru, you and Julius are much more than friends. You're lovers. Capella is interesting. I mean, Bubba, if you're into Pandora and Capella, I think you're telling on yourself, man. I think you should just accept who you are and your taste in women. I think you should just be honest with yourself, man. Really? Grammar, in Sacred Stones? Maybe I just I mean, I played the game when I was much younger. Maybe I just sort of... Yeah, no problem, Grammar. I mean, when I played Fire Emblem, I was a bit of a kid, so... I just remember, once again, like the situation being like I said, if you had the I always use the dancer, to be clear, but I used the dancer with more in the back line because her defenses were just paper. If you put her near a DPS, and it's just, you know...
それじゃあ、お話はうまくいったんですね。
ああ、なんとか無事にね。メルティちゃんたちのおかげでもある。
Yeah, Bubba, unfortunately, sometimes, and this is something that also happens in real life, sometimes good people like crappy people for some reason, and Rum likes Roswell, which is not good. Definitely the part of the Rum character that I like the least, but also, in many ways, one of the best parts, because it makes her a more complex character, the fact she's in love with Roswell. I think that the series would almost be too smooth and too easy if Rum was just, you know, if she was just reluctantly in love with Garfield or something, if the relationship was just that easy, but no, she's in love with Roswell, which I think in many ways makes it more interesting. Certainly more painful for Rum, but you know, we wouldn't have had moments like we had, for example, in Arc 4 in Season 2 for anime onlys, which, yeah, it was very, very good. Who's your favorite Sin Archbishop? In terms of sheer entertainment value, probably Betelgeuse, man. I think he's pretty unbeatable in terms of just, you know, being entertained with what's on my screen. I think he's just the best. I think Capella has potential to be perhaps my favorite villain because I think she will have a much, much, much bigger role in the story to play without spoiling anything. And once again, I'm not even spoiling anything because this is just my personal theory, right? But I think even though his stay was short, it was a very, very good time. I think Betelgeuse, especially in the anime, with the voice acting and the movement and the crazy like eyeball licking and whatever he does, I think Betelgeuse is just so, so fun. Alex, without spoiling anything, keep in mind I haven't read much of the side stories. I've only read the X volumes, which are behind me, which is why I did this. Rum, I don't think we've ever gotten much more than what's stated in the anime as to why Rum loves Roswell. So it's pretty much a sort of Stockholm syndrome situation where they were being hunted by the witch cult and sort of Roswell apparently saved them or something, or there's perhaps even some hints that he was behind the attack. We never really understood what happened there, but she just started loving him because he saved them and was kind to them. And there's also a sort of codependency that Rum has, and this is more explained in the novels than in the anime, where Rum's treatment with her broken horn, it can only be properly done by Roswell because it needs somebody who is adept at multiple colors of magic, and there's not really anyone besides Roswell who can fit that bill. So in the anime for Arc 6, one of the reasons why Rum is so stressed out, besides the obvious reasons obviously, is because Rum is physically in pain all the time and she needs her treatment, and even though Beatrice and Emilia mean well and they're obviously also very skilled at magic, they just can't give her the treatment like Roswell can. And yeah, that's also why one of the reasons she's constantly on edge in Arc 6. Yeah, so I think it's a bit of codependency and just sort of, you know, falling in love with your savior type of thing. And yeah, their relationship is kind of weird. There's also a sort of power dynamic between being master and maid, so I wouldn't say that Rum and Roswell's relationship is healthy, but I will say it is sort of interesting from a writing perspective. So I'm sort of interested by it to see where it's going, because I don't even think necessarily that Rum should end with Roswell. I don't think necessarily that Roswell deserves or needs a happy ending, right? But I don't know. I think it's just interesting to me. That's the best way I can put it. When are we getting Otto X Frederica? Man, that's what I'm saying. Nobody sees the light like I do, and apparently you as well, Grammar. Congrats on seeing the light. I think Frederica and Otto is a canon ship. Not canon, but it's my head canon ship, and I hope they end up together. I think it would be very good. And I think that Garfield calling Otto brother-in-law would be very fun as well. I ship Mimi and Garfield. Yeah, I think you and everybody, man. I think that's a very popular ship. I think the the Rum and Garfield ship only lasted like Arc 4. Once Arc 5 started and people saw Mimi interacting with Garfield, they were like, no, this is better. Pandora X Frederica. I genuinely don't understand like the meme of Otto being Pandora, why people say that. I mean, it could happen, but I just don't see it. I don't know. It seems so like such a far-fetched thing. Chat is being much more active in the stream, but I will say I am getting kind of worried that I'm just going through the game too slowly. We're not progressing at all. Yeah, Tegan. Melty seems very Amelia coded. She's also a bit insecure, very shy. That's a screenshot. That's a screenshot as well. Screw it. That's a screenshot as well. Interesting. So Melty cannot be with her family. Interesting. So we are on... no, not tab. I never know the controls for this, man. So we are on day 7. We're on day 7. On day 1 we were on day 9. Okay. Day 9 is the furthest we've ever went, chronologically speaking. Interesting. Interesting. Listen to Barus's advice. I resent doing so. Rum is so funny, man. So it's interesting that in one of the previous loops, by this time, Betelgeuse had already attacked the capital. Yes, for those who missed the previous stream, Betelgeuse literally attacks the capital itself, which is crazy, by the way. But the man has just, he's not slothful, he's very diligent, he just does what he has to do to get work done. And interesting that nowadays something changed because Betelgeuse hasn't attacked Emilia yet. We're already on day 7. Very interesting. Interesting. They're also trying to keep a low profile. They're from the church. That is very suspicious. I want to imagine that the that Rum does is always a different voice line, that the voice actress just recorded this multiple times. That's my headcanon. Julius is a good guy. Whoa. Hold on. What tongue kiss? What tongue kiss of Roswell? Hold on. Wait, Ram Sleeping Simulator mobile game. Hold on. I'm lost. Bubba, let me know what tongue kiss I'm forgetting here. But Ram Sleeping Simulator. Oh, but Rem means sleep with Rem. Is this it? Sleep with Rem? Trending in Japan. Rezero, Rem, Sleep VR. Is this an erotic game? Okay, guys. I'm not sure if I want to stream this. Where's my mouse? I'm not sure if I want to stream this, guys. I think my channel might be banned. And even on a personal level, I'm not entirely sure if this is what I want to be playing in my free time. Dog, what is this? That's funny though, that's funny. On day 9? Yeah, I don't think it is on day 9 every time. Because once again, the loops are different, so let's ignore loop 4. So loop 3 ends on day 3 because we get burned by the clown, right? Loop 2 is when Betelgeuse attacks the capital and we are frozen and killed by Puck. Loop 1 is when the mansion is attacked by the witch cult and we are reset by Puck once again. So we're currently on day 7, so which means that unlike in loop 2, Betelgeuse did not attack the capital on day 6. Which is why this game sort of confuses me, because it seems like every loop has a sort of different chronology? I don't know how to speak at this moment in time. Either way, it seems like each loop has a sort of different timeline, which is confusing to me because in just normal ReZero, in the novel and the anime, the same things generally speaking always happens, unless Subaru changes the event somehow. I'll be honest, man, I don't know if you're just trolling me, but I do not remember Echidna tongue-kissing Roswell. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I do not. Maybe I just blocked out that memory from my brain. Interesting. The relationship is wholesome. I do like them together. Once again, she's very Amelia-coded. Interesting, full of remorse. What's bothering us so much? Interesting, what's happening? Why is Tiga so angry? What is happening? What the hell is happening? What is happening? Why are they so angry? Subaru threatens to continue speaking. Very scary. What the hell? Did Puka just attack us? Why are they attacking Subaru?
やめないだわさ。それがあたいたちが与えられた指示だ。
Given to us, so somebody else is
あんた
controlling
に
them.
逆らう勇気があるの？
Okay, so somebody else is controlling them. This seems like very aggressive all of a sudden. Even if they're suspicious, it would be best for them if they just, you know, shoo away Subaru and go their separate ways. It seems very irrational to just attack Subaru like this. This seems overly aggressive. But at the same time, I'm glad that the story is actually progressing because it feels like for the past hour nothing has happened, so... Dun dun dun. If only Mr. Streamer had not spoiled this in the Wikipedia, I'm sure this would be a very riveting plot twist, but yeah. Interesting. Black robe. Interesting. Okay. This explains a lot. Actually, I can't finish my thought because it would be spoilers for the novel. But I guess you guys already know this, right? So some of these characters appear in Arc 10, right? But when they were describing Wolf, they said black robe, just like right now. And I thought black robe, maybe that's not Wolf, because Wolf is yellow. In my mind, he's just a yellow fatty with a mask, right? But no, he does have a black robe, which I'm a bit colorblind, but yeah, this does sound black-ish, so yeah, sure. I like how Alex posted the exact the exact timestamp for the tongue kiss. Actually, can I stream? No. Am I going to get in trouble for this? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I can quickly... Can I just show a bit of Crunchyroll? I think you can actually screen share. Well, I won't risk it. I won't risk it. But I will be checking on the... I'll just try and Google it. Echidna kisses Roswell. Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't remember this being so... I don't remember this being so wet and slimy. This kiss is very... Oh boy. Oh my. Oh my. How did Roswell become so zesty after kissing a natty like a kid? Sometimes Reddit is super funny, man. I'll be honest, this event got totally removed from my memory. I did not remember this at all. There's a gif of it. He's asleep. Interesting. So he has a split personality. Okay.
腰抜けの時間はおしまいってこった。
あたいもそれを疑っちゃいないのよさ。
And Puka is behind all of this,
力を貸してやるのよ。
lending you his power. Why did we never see Puka then? Bullying the weak is my true calling. I feel like Wolf and Rum and Reed would get along very, very well. This literally seems like something Reed would say. No, because Reed wouldn't say it's his true calling, it's just something he enjoys doing. But he enjoys good fights or whatever. But bullying the weak seems like something Rum would say. As a joke, obviously, guys. Eyes. A family trait. Suck away mana. Yeah. Okay, so that's the power of the slurp. So it's not connected with the masks, it's with the eyes on his palms. He can slurp mana. That sick woman. Is he referring to Melty?
お前ら二人もきっと
二人には何もし
Interesting. I'm very curious as to what's happening right here, right now.
思わねえよ
I mean, up until now, let's be honest, Wolf hasn't been very intimidating. The man has been stopped by boxes, so...
悲しいね無力ってのは諦め
I still think this was particularly noticeable with Betelgeuse, that sometimes the sound in this game is poorly mixed, because when characters are giving like a lower line, that, as in tone, you know, they're speaking more softly, sometimes it gets mixed with the music and you can't hear it properly. Oni-chan! Okay. Okay, so they're brothers. Interesting. See? There's that creepy woman, Sakura. Is she going to torture us or something? I mean, it's not like Subaru has too much valuable information to give away, right? We are being tortured. See, I told you guys, I told you she was creepy. I never trusted this woman. She was so creepy. It's like something about her voice. Like, it sounds cute, but it's eerie. I think the voice actress for Sakura, I don't know who she is, but she's doing an amazing job. Because from her voice performance, from the very beginning, I never trusted her. Insects. Ugh. What the heck? Mana wasps. Don't they know that Subaru has a broken gate? He doesn't have that much mana to slurp. Oh, this church belongs to Sakura? Sakura is the mastermind? Interesting. Like, Sakura seems like an evil character, but not a mastermind type. To me, Sakura is... The vibe I got from her was more like Elsa, where she's being obviously evil and doing bad things, but being directed by somebody else. Interesting. Sakura is the main villain of the game? Huh. Okay.
あの銀髪のハンマーを適当に転がしたら私の目的の大部分をせっかく準備したゴロつき集団も適度に緊迫感を出すための襲撃者全部先回りして潰そうとするでしょまさか
Interesting. I don't think her plans have been crushed yet. I mean, there's no concrete proof that Melty is the fake, so this seems a bit much. This seems like a bit of an overreaction for Sakura, but obviously she doesn't know that we can reset, and obviously for normal people that just die when they are killed, shout out to Emi Yashiro from Fate Stay Night. For people that die when they are killed, I guess it is easier to just kill Subaru right now, right? But still, seems a bit of an overreaction.
あの野郎ですか。もちろん私も嫌いですよ。でもそれでも
Interesting. Mother, once again, this is probably Capella. Interesting, very interesting lore implications. So she's being directed by Capella, and she also detests her, which is also peculiar because this isn't like a huge spoiler or anything, but Elsa at one point told Meili to not be manipulated by her, and that Elsa, even though she obviously worked for Mother, she sort of just did whatever she wanted. So very interesting the relationship that Mother has with her sons and daughters. Man, this is pretty cool, not gonna lie, this is pretty cool. I think we had quite a lot of nothing, but this is heating up. I'm enjoying this. Just make me want to blur things out. How convenient for the plot. What is happening? Tormented. Poor Melty, what's happening? Distinguished tastes. I think you're a freak, Sakura. Tears and Phil. Ah, you guys know what this reminds me of? For those who have seen Fate Stay Night, once again, it reminds me of Sakura. It has the same name as Sakura and also purple hair. That's actually pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that's pretty funny. That's probably on purpose. That's also a Sakura with purple hair, with insects. But just for people who have never watched Fate Stay Night. Fate, Sakura, Bug, Pit. I don't even know what to type. That's not going to get me on some FBI list or anything, but yeah, man, but here it is. Hold on. This is terrifying, bro. This creeped the hell out of me when watching Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night. And it's also a Sakura with purple hair. Here you can see her hair, but for those who've never watched Fate, this is Sakura. So I would say pretty similar, probably an inspiration for this Sakura. Dio had his memories eaten by a lie. I mean, it could be. You guys still remember me, but sometimes I forget things. It's not so much the effect of gluttony, it's more so the effect of old age. Your stars were bad. The game just ends. It just tells you, go read the novel, you freak. Stop playing these games. Man, the allegations against Subaru are crazy in the newest season. And guys, it's about to get worse, trust me. Anime only don't know who Mother is. I mean, technically, I don't either as well. It's just my assumption, because I don't think... has it ever been specified in the novel? Because there's this thing. There's certain factoids that people in the Rezero community take for granted that have just never been properly explained. Like, for example, I know that Puck has been created by Echidna, but that never actually was said in the novel, to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure, because I was expecting, when I read the novel version of Arc 4, I was expecting that information to come up, and it never did. So it was always strange to me how people know that. Maybe it's in a side story I never read, but once again, I don't know. I think, like, listen guys, I love ReZero, but I think it is to the detriment of the series that so much important lore is just stashed away on side stories. I think everything should be in the main story. Tiga stop movie. Oh man, this is terrifying. I'll be honest, the descriptions for the Puck resets weren't super scary, but they're doing a good job with this one. They're making it eerie enough, and I think the voice acting really adds to it.
ちゃんが悪いんですよ。立場もいいんですけどね。ねえスバルちゃん、あなたのすごい先回りの数々って
What's he going to say? Intuition?
メイザース辺境博
You know what would be? I've always thought of this. I've thought of this so many times. So we have established. Oh, actually, Subaru doesn't know this at this point in the story. Never mind. But in the canonical arc 3, right? When Subaru pushes through the sort of heart massage and tells Emilia that he can return by death, Satella kills Emilia, right? So it is assumed that if Subaru really pushes the taboo forward and ignores the heart massage, that Satella will kill whoever heard this. So I have always wanted, and I've mentioned this in my volume reviews years ago, I've always wanted a moment in the series where Subaru uses that to his advantage and just tells a villain that he can return by death, and Satella just goes in there and whoop, goes for the one shot. I think that would be super like comical and evil at the same time. I think that's something super cool. I don't think that's an application of Return by Death that Subaru will ever use due to his own personality and whatnot. And also because, let's be honest, it's very anticlimactic for like a powerful villain to be defeated just like that. But narratively speaking, it's not very satisfying. But I don't know, I would just love for that to happen. I would just love for Subaru to just do this to Sakura right now. Obviously he can't because that is information that he gained in Arc 3 in one of the failed loops, which he did not go through in this timeline, so...
もちろん
これで
だと思うな思うなってこの完全勝利の状況
Such a sore loser. The thing is, he's not a sore loser. He's a safe scummer. Subaru is a safe scummer. He's about to chook, turn off the Game Boy, and go back again. Guys, I can't. This is even more disgusting. Like, the bunnies were just terrifying. This is just legitimately repulsive and disgusting. I'm about to throw up. Guys, this is terrifying. I'm not sure I should be playing this at 2 in the morning, I'll be honest. This is terrifying, man. Okay, at least there's no bugs through the anus like the bunnies, but still, goddamn. Oh, that's how he dies? He gets filled with bugs and then just pops? Oh, even the voice acting there. Ah. What the hell? Bug off. Come on. They just took away all the tension. There's no way the achievement is called bug off, guys. Come on, let's be serious for a second. Let's be serious. Come on, guys. Bug off? Really? That's the choice of words? Bug off. God damn it, man. This freaking game. Guys, listen. I'll be honest. I was saying that this game's story was interesting and that I think that the gameplay didn't do it justice. I really enjoy this. I really enjoy this. And I think in terms of endings, this is one of the most terrifying endings in the entire series. Just being straight up with you. Obviously, different people have different fears, right? Certain people fear heights, some people fear water, some people fear whatever. But this with the bugs, this is disgusting. This is like one of the most terrifying endings in the entire series. I'm saying this as a novel reader, by the way, so I've seen a lot more endings than some of you anime onlys, and dude, this was just, this was nasty. This was nasty, man. Holy. I'm 99.9% sure it's confirmed at the end of the game. Okay, Grammar, let's see. Yeah, whatever. I played the visual novel for Fate Stay Night a few years ago. I'll be honest, I don't remember that. It's probably for the best. But I did play it a few years ago. It was around my first year working, I think. No, maybe before that. So 2000, almost 10 years ago. Man, I'm so old. What is wrong with time, man? Oh, Afiferdian? Sia? Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Oh, was mentioned in the Arc 4 web novel version. That makes a lot of sense because I read the light novel version and that information was never given to me, which is why I find it so strange that people just say that as if it's a fact. I always thought it was like a side story or something. This Sakura, yeah, whatever. This Sakura I don't think has as much depth as the one in Fate Stay Night, especially because this one's a villain. I think Sakura in Fate is very sympathetic, and although she can have villainous traits, she's almost always a victim of her circumstances, and I think most people quite enjoy Sakura. I don't know if she's my favorite heroine though. I think Rin has her charm, but yeah, it's a toss-up between Sakura and Rin. I wouldn't judge you for liking either one. We love bugs. Yeah, Grammar, I don't know if I love bugs. Oh, oof lol? I think Tape mentioned in a Q&A if Subaru tries it wouldn't work, which is a shame by the way. But I guess from his perspective, as an author, I guess he has to say that because if Subaru defeated a big major villain like that, it would just be super unsatisfying for the reader, right? So I understand why he sort of adds in that rule. And you can sort of just canonically explain it away with like Satel wants to take away something that means something to Subaru for breaking the taboo, right? So taking away a villain's life wouldn't be enough of a punishment. So it makes sense, but it's just a shame because I think that would be very, very funny if Subaru. God damn it, my fan keeps falling. Hold on. It would be very, very funny if Subaru defeated a major villain like that. Yeah, Bubba. Or maybe Satella will always search for Emilia in specific because she's the one Subaru loves. Yeah, probably. She headed for the mansion. Yeah, probably to take away everything Subaru loves. So she was probably heading for Petra and Frederica and all that. That's probably my best guess, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, Grammar, I totally agree with you. This moment was super hype. I'm really enjoying this. Once again, I think the gameplay is questionable, but the story is now fully kicking in. I'm really, really enjoying this. I think the story is banging. It seems like this is even like the sort of repetition and whatnot, the sort of like way of writing. This is very like Tape like, you know? It seems that Tape is even like putting more effort into this bit. We even have the Shadow Garden. Wow. Haishiteru. 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 I love you. I love you and I give you the slurp. Totally not suspicious that Satella and Emilia have the exact same voice, except one is more ASMR-like than the other. I'll face you someday. Curious choice of words. Not save you, not fight you, not kill you, just face you. I will face you. I will stand in front of you menacingly. Wait, I thought that we were going back to Emilia. Hold on, then was that Emilia's voice? Was that Satella's voice? I'm so confused now.
バル君。そうですか。残念です。スバル君が水も。
Rem seems almost disappointed that Subaru isn't in a coma and needs permanent care. The thing about Rem is she's very loving, but she's kinda psycho, which is to some of you hot, and I understand that. That's not what I'm into personally, but I wish you well. I wish you guys the best in the world.
はい。
Okay, so now at least we know that Sakura is the main villain. We know she's controlling the others. We know that Wolf is Salem. We know that Puka is a puta. For those who do not know, P-U-T-A is a very, very bad word in Portuguese. I will let you search that one yourself. Interesting. There seems to be this element of Emilia's name spreading and the witch cult being alerted to her, but that doesn't make sense because the witch cult know about her through the gospel. So maybe she needs to be an official royal candidate before Betelgeuse attacks? This whole thing still doesn't make sense to me. Why Betelgeuse hasn't attacked yet? Because it's very clear to me that there's two evil parties here. There's Sakura and then there's Betelgeuse, and sometimes they may attack together because their interests align, but not necessarily right, they're different parties, so I don't understand why Betelgeuse hasn't attacked yet. Obviously, if Sakura is working for Capella, then maybe the witch cult is coordinating in some way, although we've seen that the archbishops don't really care much for each other, so I don't know. I'll be honest, the sort of finer details of the continuity in this thing are a bit confusing to me, but let's keep going. I'm really enjoying the story now, by the way. I'm just really enjoying this. Obviously, some of the twists don't hit as hard because you know, as a matter of fact, coming into the game that the game original characters are going to be the baddies. Obviously, right? But but besides that, I think it's been very fun. And I like this reveal. I did not expect Sakura to be the main villain, I'll be honest. So, thinking on the information that we know, not Sakura, Melty and Salem are brother and sister. And Salem said that his eye thingy in his hands is from his family. So that means that Melty can also give the slurp and suck some mana. Interesting. Let's see if that heads somewhere. I mean, good detectives don't need to die multiple times to get the answer, but sure, Subaru. Pat yourself in the back, man. Interesting. You have a moment coming up where you have a gameplay moment that I highly suggest you save scum. Okay, man. Let me know. Let me know. Hey, Costas, what's up? First time watching Peak gameplay? You missed actually quite a shocking moment. We had, in my opinion, one of the most terrifying endings in Rezero, which is saying a lot for a novel reader. So yeah, the story is actually getting much better. Yeah, it was Tiga's first time, and Melty, much like Sakura from Rezero, has done this many times. The bugs, man. Bugs just give me the creeps. There's something inherently yucky about bugs, right? Yeah, Bubba, I think there will be a definite connection between Satella and Emilia. As to what that is, I don't know. Some people say that Satella is Emilia, some people say that Satella is connected to Emilia, some people say that Emilia is a reincarnation or a vessel for Satella, so let's see where that goes. But I think we will only know that in Arc 12, unfortunately. I think that's pretty much the end game. Yeah, Grammar, I think you're doing a great job at making me have nightmares today. Thank you for your very gory descriptions of what's happening. The wolf and Sakura share the same goal. Yeah, that's one of the things I don't like yet. The game is hidden peak. I mean, from a gameplay perspective, Costas, I don't think the game is peak. As far as it has some very good story moments, yes it does. I think the game has already redeemed itself. Would I buy this game at full price, $60? No, I would not. That's all I'm gonna say. No, Subaru, hold on. You don't want to talk to them. You want to gather troops, march in the church, and sabada, slice everybody up. Once again, permanent glaze from Rem, always glazing. She exists to glaze Subaru. I'll be honest though, because of all the yapping, I'm sort of lost where we are chronologically. So we're about to fight the Dusk Bandits? I think that's it, no? Sakura's true identity. Interesting. But the thing is, Sakura revealing herself as a villain isn't necessarily bad if Subaru has the means to fight her. Like, the thing that went wrong was that Subaru was by himself. He was isolated against Sakura and Wolf and whatnot. If he has Rem and Emilia with him, I think things can go well, no? I think Sakura is a very poor matchup against Emilia. Emilia will just freeze all the bugs and get rid of her. I don't think it should be much of a problem. Emilia seems to hard counter Sakura, so let's see where the story goes. Obviously, keep in mind this is pre-arc for Emilia, so she's still a bit nerfed in terms of magic. She can't do those big spells she does currently, but yeah, I still think that ice magic is a hard counter against bugs, even just the cold. Emilia can just tell Puck to just, you know, start producing snow and the bugs will just die, right? Bugs are very sensible to low temperatures. At least, that's what I've been told. Down to your birthday suit. I mean, Felt is already pretty much in her birthday suit, so... Places like these are my backyard. What does that even mean? I just like walking in shady alleys. It makes me feel comfortable with myself, walking in these streets. Felt, on the other hand, is a very poor matchup against Sakura because she can just run fast, right? Which is not super useful against bugs. I prefer somebody like Priscilla who can just burn everybody. Okay, my phone is also finished charging, so now I can read chat here, which is more convenient for me. Is it me or is the game very Rem-sided? I mean, I don't think the game is necessarily very Rem-sided. It's more so that prior to Arc 4, Rezero itself is more Rem-sided. Because, you know, Emilia just sort of takes a backstep. She's still very shy towards Subaru, and she's very underdeveloped as a character before she faces the trials in Arc 4. And Rem is just, you know, she's obsessed with Subaru. She's very clingy and almost to a psychotic level. So I don't think it's so much so the game, it's more so like pre-Arc 4, it's just the Rem show, right? I even said so in my volume reviews that it was bizarre to me, rereading ReZero, just how much of a, I don't know, just a backstep Emilia was taking as the main heroine. She was being completely overshadowed by Rem in Arc 2, in Arc 3, and, you know, after that it sort of picks up, especially because, you know, Rem goes nappy nappy. But yeah, I think that's just not necessarily a flaw, although for some people I guess it could be a flaw, but it's just a quirk of ReZero. The main heroine is very much a tertiary character for the first 3 arcs of the series, which can be a good or a bad thing, depending on if you like Emilia or not, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure either, cause if this benefits the experience, but I think knowing the characters is cool. And it's not so much knowing the characters, it's also so much, you know, browsing social media and not being constantly spoiled and just constantly teased by other people knowing characters that I don't know about. So it's more so FOMO than necessarily, you know, spoiling myself or anything. Yeah, Grammar, that's also true. Rem can fight and he doesn't want to put Emilia in danger. Interesting, so Felt is annoyed at the elders. Chick, you are 14, please calm down. Fires? Interesting, so they're distracting Reinhardt with fires. That is most likely Wolf, using Puka to set the fires, using fire magic. Salem and Puka, exactly. This is true. Like, the thing about Rezero is that, if you guys notice, besides this game, obviously, there are never really any attacks on the capital itself. Obviously, with very few exceptions, which I will not get into. Because if you want to attack the capital, you at the very least need to do something to distract or occupy Reinhardt, because if not, then Reinhardt will just one-shot you, right? Which is also strange what Reinhardt was doing in the bad ending, where Betelgeuse attacked the capital. I'm assuming Reinhardt was distracted with something else, right? But yeah. Is Sakura Grammar? I'm not going to give away too many spoilers for anime onlys, but just to sort of not dodge your question. Sakura and Tiga are in Arc 10, at least as of the point that I've read, which is the chapters translated by Witch Cult Translations. I haven't read the extra chapters that have not been translated yet, which I think we're missing 3 or whatever. But yeah, Sakura and Tiga are in Arc 10, but Melty has not appeared yet. In the latest chapter that was translated, Wolf also appears, so... Yeah, Anthony, and the thing is, that bug ending was so terrifying, and I'm thinking, if these characters are being reintroduced in Arc 10, I'm thinking this sort of death may become canon, so I'm kind of terrified for that, although I think in a way it's even better, because Tape's prose is more descriptive and more gory in the light novel. You can see that he's pulling some punches here, he's not going all out because it's still a game, right, technically speaking. So yeah, I'm kind of hyped and scared of that at the same time. I mean, Bubba, I think that's just conspiracy theories. I think Tape had already the high beats of the story planned. He already had like most of the outline of the story planned, and I think regardless of fan theories or fan tastes, I think he was always going to put Rem to sleep. I think that's what makes sense. I think perhaps he may have been surprised at how popular Rem was compared to Emilia, but I don't think that changed his plans at all. I think he already had a bunch of things planned, from what I can see. Either way, let's keep going. I like how in Rem's view, she just thinks that Subaru is a bit schizophrenic, but she just lets it be because she loves him.
スバル
今俺が教会に近づくのはリスキーすぎる。だから代わりに誰かが教会に侵入してティーガを呼び出してくれよ。
I mean, yeah, I do understand what you mean by Sakura and Tiga not working as villains later in the story, but once again, it's all about context and circumstances, right? If you can get Subaru by himself, even Tiga can be a pretty powerful opponent, right? If just against Subaru, which, you know, the author has many creative ways of making Subaru be alone. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think there's many instances in the story where we get to see the full strength of the Amelia camp, as in the full group all together fighting the same enemy. I think that's very rare for the story. Maybe in Arc 12 we'll have the full Avengers all reunited.
いやその
ごまかすの下手かよ。フェルトさんとか背中が寒くなるよ。その情けねえ面見たら大体わかんだよ。言ってみろよ。今兄ちゃんが思いついて私の手に負えねえかどうか勝手に私に値札つけて。
フェルト
Felt is so cheeky. I like Felt. She's not my favorite royal candidate or even close, but I like her. She's super
い
cheeky.
や今さらだってわけで教会俺とかレムじゃそこがかなり不安だ。やっぱり
そうじゃこの柏や
フェルト
れねえとかやらせられねえとかそう思われてそのか
なんだよ気にな
フェルト様お礼のことでしそんな重てえこと頼まねえ。メルティそう懇親会でね
Interesting.
準備始めるとすっか。にや
にやけ面って
Foppish.
評価だけども
I don't know what foppish means. This will be an educational moment. Hold on. Foppish meaning.
Foppish. Foppish.
You guys are hearing that?
Foppish.
Foppish. Someone, typically a man, who is excessively concerned with their appearance, clothing, and manners. Okay. So this is perhaps the more formal version of saying zesty. Foppish.
なんて伝える？
ああそうだな。それで商業街の酒場に
Yeah, Costas, I think some fans have that opinion, but for real, they actually believe that Tape hates his own characters and wants to make, checks notes, less money by making the series less popular. Some people think that's an actual take that exists. Among sane female... I like the disclaimer. We've already established that Bubba has a very peculiar taste in women. He likes the crazy ones, but among the sane ones, Felt and Anastasia really get to me. Okay, man.
マイフレンドマイフレンドが呼んでる。そう
マイフレンド？
My friendo.
んじゃま。
It feels like forever since we had a... Are we really having this section just to walk to the church? Okay, grammar. I'm assuming this is the part where save scumming is probably good, so I'll just save now, in case there are some clues I need to figure out. I'll just save here.
保存するのよさ。
Let's go to the church.
よし
ああ。
よし
Yeah, man, this game has walking sections. They are very janky indeed.
何か質問はな
私は教会に忍び込んで。
ああその通りだ。あとティーガとの接触は
ああ、わかってる。
もちろんだ。んでフェルト
まあ、いろいろ察してはいるんだけどよ。
ああ詳し
じゃあ、
それはわからない
あ今なんて言った？
Felt, I want you to put yourself in danger to talk to a man whose allegiance I do not know, okay? It's super clear.
ティーガが味方かどう
Please
か
follow
は
the
わ
plan.
からねえ。それを確かめるために
おいおい、にやけ面の兄ちゃんが味方。
その通りだフェルト。
私が降りたら
I'm totally going to start calling Tiga just the foppish guy in the chapter reviews, by the way. People will be confused. Why is he calling him foppish? What's foppish? Especially because I have a lot of non-native English speakers that watch the videos. But I think it has to happen.
そういうわけにもいかねえだろ。ま、ティーガって兄ちゃんは味方だって。
ああ、その可能。
そいつと話せば。
ああ、そうだ。いろいろ見えてくるんじゃねえか。
それで兄ちゃんには策はあるのか？
さくらの目をどう。
さくらって姉ちゃんだけじゃねえぞ。あ
あ、確かに。
もしにやけ面の兄ちゃんがティーガっていう。
Hold on, is this an action? An action moment? Hold on, are we having some action? After we off-screen one of the fights I was the most hyped for?
いや、悪い。ちょっと嫌なことを思い出しちまった。
Yeah, man, you pay $60 for the walking sections for the PlayStation 1 graphics. Play the church area one time, then save after you die. Okay. Why are you assuming I'm gonna die, man? I'm just going to beat everybody's ass. Just be done with it real quick. This is the only game where I've been killed by the tutorial, by the way. That's still crazy to me that the tutorial just kills you. Turning point. Once again, I have no options. Riveting gameplay. Riveting gameplay. Thanks, game, for not allowing me to click on anything in a choice game. To the mission. Support felt so she can move forward. Be careful, the enemy can spot you easily. Subaru should leave once his task is done. Okay, I'm good at leaving. Now. Guys. We have had fights with boxes and crates. We have had looking for children's parents. And now we have a stealth mission. Out of all of the game modes I could think of, I don't think this game is going to handle stealth very well. But let's see. Maybe it's peak. Maybe it's peak. Dude, you can just jump the fence, man. Subaru, come on. I know that you don't know parkour at this point in the story. That walking is ridiculous. I mean, we have no points of interest, right? Maybe we can go to this one here. Maybe this one's unlocked. Oh, right, I'm exposed to the guards here. Okay, I should get out of here, okay. This is the thing that annoys me in this game. There are turns where you have nothing to do. What do? Do I riz up Ram? What's up? Is Felt going to steal the key? Like, what am I supposed to do? Use. I don't have anything. Talk. Felt is animated like a ninja, that's pretty funny. Dude, the animations for this game just kill me. The death sequence is hella long, okay? This is either the second or third best action moment in the game. I mean, at least I'm doing stuff, so...
ここで鍵
Why did we just close the door to Rem? What the hell? Why? Huh? Why is the door not open for Rem? Okay, so where am I going? There's... So she can move forward. So we want... Okay, so we want Fel to go to the red line, right? Be careful, the enemy can spot you easily, so we don't want to be spotted, so we don't want to act as a decoy. Maybe we can throw something? We've been doing a lot of throwing in this game, so...
なあ兄ちゃん
分かったなんとか
悪いな
異常なしだ
Is Rem just stuck in there? Can she enter? I don't want to talk again. Can I just open the door to Rem?
スバル君
ああ
もちろんです
Okay, Rem, thank you for doing nothing. Riveting stuff, man. So I'm assuming that I cannot be caught by Sakura, but maybe if I can get that guard out of the way, then Rem can... Oh, sorry, Felt can pass through. So maybe I'll just try going up so the guard can see me, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll be expelled from the premises, but at least Felt will be able to pass through. And yeah, and once I'm expelled, I can go outside and attract the other guard. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's go. Let's try this. Sup, dog?
怪しいやつめいやいや俺は決しならどうしてこそいや今それはできないっすいいから
Okay, so they just kill us.
大丈夫です今日は分かりましたスバル君がそうだなにスバルちゃんたら
忍び込むそう
あら何を探る
Okay, I think...
話したら話
Okay, she's just going to kill us, okay.
なんだか知りすぎですが素直に話あらまあスバルちゃんが想像したや、ほらほらヨガチュウちゃんたちも
Not gonna lie, if I was Subaru, I would just carry a knife with me for this situation. It's time to just, you know, make the pain stop, make it go quickly. What do you think of Amelia's dress style in Season 4, regardless of Opie and discipline? Yeah, I mean, I think her dress is not, like, super practical for the desert. I've said this many times. But, I like her outfit, and it's growing on me, on the latest episodes especially, where she's walking a bit more casually. I said this in the reaction video. I just cut it because I cut a lot of things that aren't super relevant just for time and whatnot, so the video isn't super long because attention spans of the youth are cooked. But I think her dress is growing on me. Her appearance is growing on me in Season 4. I think it's cool.
それはそれで
バカが話すわけねえだろ
Maxi, need her. Man, does everybody in the chat like crazy women? You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy yourselves.
どっちも死ぬ選択肢なんだ
You should look for some normal women. Or if you're going for the psychotic vibe, at least try to go for psychotic, as in loyal, such as Rem. Rem is a good type of psychotic. Sakura, not so much. I do not recommend it in real life. If it's just fiction, that's cool. I like the crazies as well. I like Elsa, you know. I would not date Elsa in real life. Spoilers, but...
そんなことより俺からいろいろ聞き出せなくて怖いよざまねえぜ
Subaru is such an expert rage baiter. I think that's an understated quality about him.
おしゃべりがまあそれじゃあお別れ
桜が指を鳴らす次から次へ俺の必死の抵抗畜生俺はなせめても
スリッスバルちゃん
Man, this is so disturbing, man. This ending is so disturbing. Genuinely speaking, man, this is like top 3 worst endings in Rezero. This is just terrifying. I can't wait. I think there will probably be a canon version of this ending in Arc 10 or Arc 11 or whatever. And I'm very looking forward to it because I think with the verbosity of the novel description, this will be even better. Yeah, but did we get any other new clues? We gained the key, but that was it, right? I still don't think I'll be able to choose anything. Oh, I don't even go that far back. I just go right to the start of the mission. Huh. But the thing is, I don't have a lot of options here, and that's what confuses me about this game, is that I never know what the heck I'm supposed to do. Because Felt is going to the middle of the courtyard, right? I have to take that guard away so that she can sneak through, right? I have to distract the guard. But if I talk to the guard, I get arrested immediately and reset. So I have to perhaps distract the guards without being noticed. Once again, I've never played Metal Gear Solid, but I think that game is a bit more logical than this one. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, man. And I've played some stealth games. By the way, is anyone here a fan of Dishonored? I love Dishonored as a series. I played all the games, love them, love them. I should probably... That's actually a pretty good game to stream, if I'm being honest. Speaking of games that would be fun to stream and aren't too long, Dishonored would be great. Dishonored is amazing. Please tell me there's anyone in the chat that likes Dishonored. Real men leap at an real life Elsa. Listen, man. If you find an in real life Elsa, please do not leap at her. Unless you're just talking about physically speaking, right? Then by all means, slurp. Dishonored is goated. My man, Grammar, you know ball, man. You know ball. You know ball. Let's... So do I have to go back? Is that it? Let me just try. Let me just try a few more tries here, see if I gain some clues either way. Okay, let's just skip this. We gain the key. Felt takes the key away like a ninja. Wow. Okay. Up until now, everything is cool. We gained the gate key. Now is the problem. Why can't Rem come with me? I would like it if Rem could come with me. Okay, so there's a blue line there. Maybe I can try using this. Maybe I can try throwing a barrel or a check. Okay. Okay, this is it. This is it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But the thing is, if I make noise, won't they just come to me and arrest me? But I can throw the barrel, right? Use. Make noise. That was not sneaky at all. Nice, nice, nice. This is it. This is it, guys. We are making progress. Okay, but now... How do we get past Sakura? Now that's the problem, right? Because Sakura is in the middle of us. Maybe I can try this one here. Rem? Okay, should we talk to Rem then? Let's just go talk to Rem. Rem, do something. Throw ice at her or something.
悪いなレム。とさくらに話しかけて。
わかりました。
ああ。こちらも。
さくら様。
I like how she walks in such a girly way. And now, see, and this is the plan coming together, because now, actually, I don't think the game thinks that far ahead, if I'm being honest. Do I leave and go outside? Or do I try to go inside? I think, once again, because there's no actual, like, field of vision in this game, right? This is a turn-based game. Because there's no actual field of vision, I'm just going to skirt past Sakura's booty, just go behind her, and talk with Felt in that new exclamation point there. I think that's probably the best course of action. Just going through here, just make sure she doesn't turn around and notice me or something. Okay, that guard didn't see me.
Subaru ちゃん、ちょっと今日は私といえ、大したレムはさくら様。あら。
How did he not see me?
兄ちゃん。
ああ。
もちろんだ。
Okay, riveting dialogue, Felt, but
こちらも。
この辺でいい。
Okay, so I need something to distract that guard with. Maybe now that Sakura is distracted. No, get caught by Sakura or the guard, Subaru dies. No, I can't. I was thinking if Sakura is distracted, maybe I can try talking to the guard. But no, I think that's game over. How do I... Are there any boxes? There are boxes there.
誰だ貴様。何をってちょっと道に迷っちまって。怪しいやさくら。
Ah, goddammit. Can I speed this up?
大丈夫です。わかりました。
Is there any way to just...
スバルちゃん。
しの。そう。
あら、何を。
全部は。
Okay. 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 But like, is this the intended gameplay loop? Am I intended to reset a bunch of times and gain new actions every time? Because, you know, like the boxes thing wasn't there previously, I think. Am I going to gain a new one?
てな感じで水は飲める状態だ。海外しいお世話はまたの機会にしとくよ。
If only you had an apple. Yep. Yeah, but I guess there's not like a lot of point in saves coming here because it's not like I lose, right? I don't have any lives as far as I know, so... You're living life as Subaru. I mean, yeah, this is a Subaru experience. If I told you guys that there's a Rezero game out and that I'm going to play the Rezero game, how many of you, be honest, how many of you expected there to be a stealth sequence? That's all I'm gonna say. This game is a lot of things, but it sure is surprising. Felt's animations are pretty cool, for obviously the Funko Pop art style that it has, right? Okay, so now we use... Now we have to make noise, but now we have to check if there are any new actions available to us. Doesn't look like it. Still not sure how we're going to get past Sakura, but let's see. Also, I want you guys to notice how strong Subaru is in this game. He just punches crates out of existence, man. That's so comical. And I like how Subaru has time to punch the box, destroy it, and run away and sneak behind the bush. Subaru's like Reinhardt in this game, man. Okay, now can we just ask Rem? Okay, so we are doing everything much faster this time, obviously, but now is the problem. What do we do? Rem could be more of a conversation person. I don't think she distracted Sakura for long enough. Okay. But now I have literally nothing else. I mean, I have the gate. Should I try going to the gate, perhaps? That's the only thing I can do, right? So... Are you serious, man?
スバルさんは大丈夫です。今日はお引き取りください。スバルさんもそうしわかりました。スバル君がそうだな。スバルって
Maybe I should try leaving and going outside of the gate and asking. Yeah, that's probably it, right? I leave, I go outside, I call for the guard. I'm still outside the church, not suspicious at all. I think that's probably it, no? I mean, that's the only thing I'm even seeing as a possibility. The thing is, this game gives you no possibility, so I don't really understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh my god, okay, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. My trigger finger is itching. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Are the live streams every Wednesday? No, Bubba. Live streams are whenever I can. So I've streamed on Sunday, Thursday. I think I've streamed on a bunch of different days. It's pretty much, I always try to schedule it at least 24 hours before. So if I'm gonna stream, then you'll probably see it scheduled at least a day before. So I give time to people to tune in. I would like to set a day, but unfortunately it's just not possible with my schedule. Especially because today for me is still Tuesday, I guess. Technically speaking, it's already Wednesday. But I usually won't stream on Wednesday night, so Thursday morning, right? Because that's usually when I stay up late to edit the reaction video for the Rezero episode. So just a heads up, I usually probably will never stream on Thursday. Unless after Rezero Season 4 ends, the first cour, I will be free, so maybe I'll go back. I better see a Crucian Subaru makeout chapter. I mean, I wish to see some Crucian... I wish to see some Crucian Subaru makeout in this game right now to make up for the painful gameplay. But yeah, I think that's it, right? That's pretty much the only thing I can do. So it has to be that, so... So I talk, I call the guard. Okay. Sweet. I have the key. I got the keys. That's an old song. Okay, now I make noise. Use. Why did I lose the make noise option? What the hell? That's stupid. Why did I... Huh? Why am I losing things from loop to loop? What is happening? That's so strange. Either way, use. I'm so confused. Why did I lose that option when I had already unlocked it? I wasted a turn. I don't think it will matter, but I wasted a turn. Okay, now let's talk to Rem. Don't tell me this option is locked as well. Okay. Nice. So now, my idea is, I'm just going to talk to Felt, just to be sure I have that option unlocked. And then I'm going to leave, and I'm going to call the other guard from outside of the church. Okay, that I think, I mean, if that's not it, I'll be honest, I'm just Googling this because I'm all out of ideas. What do you mean I can't leave? What? The left gate? What are you talking about, man? If I go to the left gate, I'm gonna be spotted. Can I... Which direction is the guard facing? Is he facing... Can I just approach him from behind, perhaps? Oh my... Guys. My finger is burning. Thanks, Baba. I was afraid that sketch was not going to be well received. I think it's a very fine line between cringe and comedy. I think I managed to stay on the comedic side, fortunately. Costas, I will be honest, I think that's what they were going for, because I'm desperating right now. I'm still very confused as to why they took... an option from me. Check my items. Make noise. Okay. Okay, so I always have to check. To also give time for Felt to sneak around. Okay. Now I use... Can I use make noise? Is that a new... Oh, no I can't. Ah, really? I skip a turn? That's so... Guys, I'm not going to sleep without beating this first, okay? That's just not happening. Okay, so can I save halfway through a mission? Because I'm thinking of starting to save scum right now. Even though I wasted one more turn than I needed. So maybe I shouldn't. Can I save? Hold on, can I save right now? I mean, I can. I'll just save on... Okay. Now, we're save scumming, okay? I actually thought you couldn't save halfway through a mission, I'll be honest, so... If I start the mission every time, then the save scumming is useless, but if I can skip to where I already was, then that's good. So, the thing about the make noise action disappearing in one of the loops, was that a bug? I'm pretty sure that was a bug, because it doesn't make sense, right? It goes against the essence of Rezero for you to lose information halfway through. Okay, so now we talk to Rin. So now I'm just going to save, and I'm just going to think, right? Dude, you can have how many saves for this? 25! Dog, I can't believe there's certain games like Pokemon, for example, where people would love to have multiple saves so they don't lose their childhood playthrough, right? And still play the game on the Game Boy or whatever. And then there's games like Castlevania where multiple saves would also be cool because of the multiple characters. But then you have games like Prophecy of the Throne, which people are going to replay at most like 2 or 3 times. Why in the blue hell do we have 25 saves? This is such overkill. Nobody is getting even close to 25 saves in this game. Guys, come on. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Okay. So now, here's what I think. So I can't leave, right? So I cannot leave. So my idea would be to leave and to call that other guard from outside so I don't get arrested. But I cannot do that. So if I try to go to the gate internally, then the guard sees me. So if he sees me from the front, maybe he won't see me from the right. So I'm going to try and approach him from the side and maybe go behind him and beat on those boxes behind him. And I don't know, that's the extent of my plan. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if I can go this way. Ah, I can't. Can I just load where I was? What was that? Okay, so there's clearly something that I'm missing here. Should I just think? The left gate. But how do I open the left gate without being spotted? God fucking damn it. But I can sort of skirt around her, right? I can just go through here or no? Yeah, I can just sort of go through here. So if I go here, the guard sees me, right? What am I missing? I feel 1% of what Subaru felt this arc. Feel the despair. No. And Grammar probably went to sleep. He was the only one who knew what was actually happening in this game. I'm so confused, man. I'm just going to try and talk to Felt. Okay, so Sakura is turning back on the next turn. I don't understand. So I can't go from the side. I can't go from the front. I can't open the left gate. I can't leave the gate. Maybe if Sakura stops speaking with Rem, maybe I can use Rem to distract the guard. Maybe then I'll just go back. I'll just retreat and pass the turn. Just retreat here. Probably nobody will see me. Okay. Okay, Sakura's going back. I can't leave. It's so annoying. It's so unintuitive, man. What do? The position's still similar? I mean, I just passed the turn then. Riveting gameplay once again. Okay, now can I talk to Rem? I mean, Sakura shouldn't see me, right? Ugh, really? From all the way over there, man? Okay. We're just going to try something fundamentally different. We're just going to try and start the mission and open the left gate instead of the right gate. Dude, I can't believe I'm losing so many times to this. It's actually so annoying. Okay.
くそー、失敗したー。
And I lost all my
よ
items.
く考えねえと。
Why? Why do I need to waste a turn? Oh my. Okay, so let's try and save here.
記録しますね。
Okay, so what's the plan? The plan is I do the thing with felt, right?
くそ。
兄ちゃん。
異常な。
So now I steal the key. Use. This is the tilt coming through. Okay, now we call the guards. Felt steals a key. We get the key. Okay.
兄ちゃん。
Now we have the gate key, right? Now that we have the gate key, instead of causing some noise, we are going to first of all save, because I'm losing my mind slowly but surely. I feel like I'm literally Subaru resetting over and over right now. Okay, so now that we have the key, we're going to try and open the other gate first. But I don't know what that gives us, honestly, because the thing we need is to distract the guard, but whatever. And we waste a turn just walking over there, which is not nice. What? I'm losing my mind, man. I'm out of ideas. I'm literally out of ideas, man. There are no boxes for me to use. There's nothing for me to throw. Do I just need to like go back and start the mission with more hints or something? Because okay. But now I feel like I've wasted a million turns already. I'm already on turn 7, I've done nothing, so... It's probably best to just go back in time, right? Now I see why this game is 20-something hours, because 8 of those hours are just here. I'm already on turn 3, goddammit. Dude, I am so close to googling a solution. I am losing my mind here. Like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Use. Why do I lose my items, man? This goes against return by death logic. Like, I'm getting tilted out of my mind, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Unk is raging. Unk is raging right now. I don't know if it's me being sleepy or if I'm missing something very obvious. I don't know what the hell is happening.
Oh.
悪いなレム、さくらに話しかけて。
わかりました。
ああ、頼んだぞレム。
Maybe if I approach from the left side, I can talk to Rem again.
さくら様。
I'm running out of ideas, man. And even this is a bit of a stretch, right?
悪いな。
So let me try now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sneak through the left side. Just going to talk with Felt.
兄ちゃん。こっち。
こちら。
あら、ちょっとで。
Now this is scary because Sakura is going to pass through my side. I think she'll just see me, man. I can't enter the bushes. Oh, he's looking the other way. Oh! He was turning directions. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I never noticed that. So he was turn. Oh wow, I feel so stupid. Did I win? But Felt is already where she should be, so what do I do? Do I just raise up Rem? What's up?
レム、フェルトが潜入に成功。
わかりました。それで。
ああ、心配なのはわかる。ティーガを警戒させないために。
ですが。
もしもなんてね。それよりも、あいつはきっと。わ
かりました。
ありがとう。勝手に扉が開く。
Wow, is this the first time we see Tiga in the chibi format?
おい、兄ちゃん。まあ、細けい話はマイフレンドだけか？
マイフ。なるほど、スバル。
ああ、に。
差し。
ああ、だからさくら。
わかった。
Guys, we made it. Guys, we made it. I feel like Subaru just going through such an impossible loop. I'm going to save on save number 1. I'm going to save on both. I don't want to do that again. We made it. Guys, we made Gate Monster. Yeah, my stars were bad. Game is good, player is bad. Yeah, man. I don't know. GG Young Monster, thank you, man. I don't know, maybe I was just being dumb. I just never realized that the guard was turning on each direction. So that was a bit, you know, maybe I was just not paying attention. But then again, the fields of vision for this game were a bit weird because you could just sort of skirt around Sakura, around the fountain, but the other guard just saw you like through the entire field, right? So it's a bit strange, but either way, we managed to overcome our biggest obstacle up until this point. Let's go. Just the two of us. Quite a romantic achievement, just the two of us.
あんなに可愛らしい。俺もと王国フェルト見た。さて。ああ、来て。おいおい。とりあえずわかった。偽の王。まだ聞き間違いだった。それにこの場にわざわざ俺だけを呼び出して。
Ooh, hand on his sword. Things are about to get freaky.
レムを説得するのは。
I mean, Rem is smarter than you, Subaru, so.
俺の隣にレムがいたら、今日のキャラバンとの交渉もだけど、アナスタシア様から薫陶でも受けた。あの方針紹介の会長から下手なこと言うと、名前を使った利用料をしたたかなこと。スバル。さっきの発言は本気か？
He's very serious, Tiga. But I mean, he can't just kill Subaru in the middle of a bar, right?
俺の意見はもうああ、そうだ。それに
Interesting. Things are getting very tense.
どこでそれをサルムたちのことまで知ってるなら。ただこれだけは言う。
Yeah, I mean, I think that much was obvious. Melty seems like a cutie patootie, not an evil person.
あの子の発言にほとんど嘘はなかった。もちろん。いや、信じる。お前の言うことを信じるよ。
This is such a Subaru thing to say.
メルティちゃんはそれは俺は
I mean, yeah, I think Tiga was prepared to carve a knife into Subaru, so I wouldn't say that. Non-alcoholic, very important to take into consideration. Subaru 17, guys. Stay in school, don't do drugs.
それで改めて質問。そこんなこと言ったらなんだが。
No, 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 no. Excuse me, Tiga. I will disagree with that, man. No, 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 no. Sakura was suspicious from the very beginning. That woman is creepy, man. She's so creepy. She gives me Elsa vibes from the very beginning. Yeah, Grammar, I will agree. I think for the up until now in the visual novel, I think Tiga has been very sympathetic, quite an ally of ours. And you know, even if he's on the side of the baddies, I think he still has good intent and at least a genuine care for Melty. I don't want to elaborate on this because I would be giving away Arc 10 spoilers. Let's just say that novel readers who are familiar with the game, who are not familiar with the game, I mean, are perhaps not the biggest fans of Tiga. That's all I'm going to say. And one thing I'm starting to notice is that I think this game perhaps created these characters, and these characters have been reintroduced, but perhaps they have also been repurposed into the story. So even though the character design and overall personality may be the same, like in the novel, Subaru also does the my friend thing with Tiga and whatnot, I think that Tiga's character may be fundamentally different in the canon novel and in this non-canon game. That's the sort of conclusion I'm getting to. Because, yeah, they do feel very, very different. And they do act a bit different.
桜は誰の命令で動いてる？待て待て、落ち着いてくれ。聞きたいことがこうして抜け出しフェルト様のおかげで怪しまれてないが、妙に教会の空気が。早い話、今も。まさか。それはないと。信用？いや、そうじゃない。
Interesting. So Sakura has a sort of grip on these two, much like Capella has on a lot of her subjects. Which, by the way, for tomorrow's episode, I hope you guys, probably today's episode, it's already 3 in the morning for me. I hope all of you are extremely hyped, because I don't know how much they're going to show of Meily's mother, but I hope we get to see something cool. That's all I'm going to say. Once again, very low expectations, but if they do happen, I'll be happy.
そんなわけで下手に疑われたくない。まず、さくらは誰かの命令で動いてる。
Mother. Yeah, Petaluse is probably not mother. That's a very good deductive reasoning, Subaru. Good one.
俺の知る限りって注釈がつくけど、あの性格の悪さを考え、そうなのか。お母様については詳しくはわからない。確か一度は評議会にも忍び込んだんだ。評議会って残念だが他には誰も信用できなかった。お前があるんだ。そういう奴らの手の内から逃れるためなら誰が俺たちの敵なのか見極めなくちゃ。ずっと
Interesting. I mean, yeah, once again, to your point, I think Tiga seems like a very tragic character in this game. Once again, someone very lonely, trying to protect Melty, going up against his own organization. Yeah, he has a very different vibe from the novel, that's all I'll say. You can always borrow my lap. Hello? Hello, Subaru is having another yaoi relationship. Julius was not enough, now he wants Tiga as well. Is there any fan art of Tiga sleeping on Subaru's lap? Not that I want to see it, but for, you know, scientific purposes.
それも正確にはさくらじゃん。それとウォルフは俺たち待てよティああスバルの思う通りだよ。そしておいおいそこまで知ってるのかシャカすな聞いててその通りメルは何かにつけてサルムを頼るから子供心に
Interesting. He's kind of jealous towards Salem. Okay.
そんな頃からの付き合いなのか。ああそうさ
Faradar. Once again, it's probably safe now that I've already spoiled the whole thing, right? I'm pretty sure this is the last loop or close to the last loop. Can I just check out Faradar on the wiki? Faradar, Rezero. There's nothing. Okay, no wiki page for Faradar. Yeah, there's nothing. It's suggesting Prada, Rezero. Not quite what I'm searching for, mate, but sure. Hold on. I lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? Okay, thank you very much. Let's go. Once again, very Emilia coded. The power of the slurp. Indoctrination. Interesting. So I was thinking she had the power of illusions, but she has the power of indoctrination. More susceptible to her. Susceptible, okay. I mean, it's a very useful power for a politician, right? So. Which also makes it, this is very good writing, I'll be honest. It also makes it kind of complex for Tiga to know if he likes her for real or if it's because of the evil eye, right? It can be a bit, you know, of a complex situation for him. I'm really enjoying this bit of the story. Really enjoying it. By the way, as a sort of detail, does Melty have like bandages on her hands or something? Rezero Melty. No, so maybe she has the evil eye somewhere else, not the palm of her hands. Not sure how that works. Oh, Mel touches someone. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, if this is going to be canon in the actual ReZero story, then this has very interesting implications. But I'm actually curious because how does this interact with Crucia's blessing? Could Crucia's blessing to see lies be able to see through Melty's indoctrination? Didn't Crush perhaps suspect Melty? Huh. Is this the sort of immovable force versus the unstoppable object or whatever? And that tells you how many players have played this game. He spent 3 hours trying to open a gate. I mean, come on, man. That's just a player. That's just a a skill issue. Where is her eye? Interesting, so Capella changed Melty's body to but the power still remains. Interesting. Do you think Melty will appear in Arc 10? Ripper. Once again, it's hard for me when you guys ask me these questions. I want to answer you, but I also don't want to spoil too much. I think maybe Melty won't appear in Arc 10 because there seems to be a character with very similar personality and role to Melty. That's about as much as I can say without giving away too many spoilers. But yeah, if Melty does appear, it could be interesting because Wolf has appeared in the novel, at least as far as I've read. I haven't seen Melty yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's not canon, because there's another character that's similar to her, if that makes sense.
そいつはメルの体を作り変えたんだ。メルは
Isn't able to eat? Oh, that's why she didn't drink the tea earlier, like way back in loop 1 or 2.
食事がで言葉のままだよ。メルの喉、食べ物の
What the
不
hell?
思議なもので、喉を塞いでも呼吸するのは困らない。
Then how can she eat? Yeah, it was Ram's baked goods, right?
でも飯が食えないならどうして？そんな手間のかかることはしないさ。
Ugh.
妖魔虫なんて呼ばれてるらしい。その虫がメルの食事係をしてる。虫が体内に溜め込んだマナー。
Bro, this whole thing is so disgusting. It really makes me feel for Mel, man. It's giving me once again a lot of vibes of Sakura from Fate Stay Night. This is disturbing.
俺も同じことをされた。
Oh man.
許せない。正直何も言わなくていいさ。
Yeah, man, I mean, at this point in the series, Subaru has suffered a bit. Once again, a lot, sure. But it's only arcs 1 and 2, right? I think by this point in the series, I think Tiga has a legitimate, you know, argument to be the character that has suffered the most. Tiga and Mel, obviously. Holy.
そうだ。お前は？いや、違う。俺のこれも生まれつきの体質だが。
Interesting. So what I was saying about if Tiga loves her for real or because of the eye, then he loves her for real. Interesting. He cannot be interfered by outside influences. Interesting. Then does that mean outside influences? He didn't say magic, but this could be a mistranslation, right? But he said outside influences. Is he also immune to Capella's authority? Probably not, right? Because the authorities are like above the rules of the world or whatever.
それは肉と。そういうことか。だからお前、エミリアの認識阻害ローブの
That's why you could see Emilia.
エミリアが被ってる白いローブだよ。おお、俺には普通に見えてたからね。気になった理由の一つではある。多分最初から恥ずかしいやつだと言っとき。
So cringy.
しかし、お前のそれってカゴなのか？
Guys can't show feelings, man. Come on.
そうだよ。鈍感のカゴってものらしい。かっこ悪いから説明したくないんだが。
Don't say it too many times out loud, man. Reinhardt will just steal that from you. Yeah, Ripper, I know. You're probably caught up with Arc 10, but some people in the chat aren't, which is why I don't want to give too much away. I would say, actually, let me make a poll. I'm curious about that. How many... hold on, I have to pop in the chat in the computer. That's actually an interesting question. I'm just going to make a poll here. Start a poll. Are you... So I just made a poll to also get a feel for the audience here. I would say from what you guys have said to me, I think most of you are probably anime only, but let's see. Interesting, he hasn't told Melty. Their relationship is quite complex. I'm actually really enjoying these two. I'll be honest, I'm really enjoying these two. Interesting, he talks about Salem and Wolf as if they're different people.
俺がメルティちゃんの喉を。わからねえ。そうか。でも、だけど。
Who could do that? Could Ferris do that as a sort of operation? But a Ferris just has healing magic, right? It's not as powerful as Capella's bodily authority. Who could he get to save Melty?
人質にされたのがジベルを救うには、俺は。あと一歩。
スバル？スバルくん、ティーガとは
エミリアタン？
お城の用事が終わって戻ってきたら、外で待っていたところ。
そうだったのか。
大丈夫。前もってクルシュ様やアナスタシ。
Interesting. Who could he get to save Melty?
ああ、ティーガ。
I mean, I'm into this, man. I'm super interested in this.
また。何でも一人で抱え込んでも、それじゃあ重さに潰されちゃう。前にも同じことがあったでしょ。
Yeah, man, I'm really loving the dynamic between the two of them as well. But once again, I don't know if Melty will exist in the canon. They're fighting for the left.
ほらね。
わかった。あれ。
はい、任せ。
そう、みんながし。
Yes.
セーブは大事だぞ、マジで。
Evil Eye Tribe of Faradar. Okay. Loop 5, day 8. We're already on day 8.
ああ、そうだな。
はい、ね、まったく褒めすぎ。当然です。ロズワール様の準備が整い次第。私も
一緒に来る。
昨日の夜のこともある。そうですね。
Hold up. It's almost 4 in the morning. I should probably sleep at some point. Huh. Let's try. Let's just play a bit more and see from there. Let me check the flowchart here. Oh, I don't think it shows. What? Oh, but it shows that we have day 9, right? Okay, so let's try to go to day 9, maybe, perhaps? And then see from there.
エミリアタン、それで食い下がる。
それなら。
よし、わかったぜ。
ロズワール様と調整の。
たく。
はい。じゃあ。
お前が締めるのかよ。
Puck is such an extra.
お前が俺。
それで。
ああ、俺の馴染みの店がある。
いえ、馴染みのお店があるスバル君はとてもかっこいいと思います。リンガを片手にとても決まっています。
Ram will literally glaze everything Subaru says. She will always praise him no matter what.
リンガが小道具って。
昭和。はい、スバル君。
通じてないようでとにかく。お前、こう言っちゃなんだが。この数日間で俺たちはおっちゃんにもっと乗客にサービスしねえと。
聞いたことのねえ言葉を並べんなよ。へい、らっしゃい。
100. Don't push it, man.
はい、まず。
Puck's right.
それでどうしたい？
両手に花、そして頭にパックがリンガは買わせてもらう。
兄ちゃん、言っとくが俺にもしたとえリン見てみろ。このシン上がったらリンガだけ買ってきて。
He's playing hard to get, but Kadomon wants to help. Kadomon likes Subaru. I know he does.
やたらとこっちの胸をえぐる言い方しやがって。
This is a screenshot?
なんだい、メイドの嬢ちゃん。
I mean, Kadomon has read Subaru perfectly.
親身になったアドバイスをするなよ。
ご忠告ありがとうございます。
罪作りな兄ちゃんだな。俺が判事ならこの罪で死罪だぞ。
Yeah, Grammar, I don't understand how she can breathe but not eat. I'm guessing that the sort of the esophagus, the connection with the stomach is sealed, but not the connection with the lungs. That's my best bet. Not sure. But no, the body has a thing that does like. I'm not an expert in anatomy, guys, so I won't even pretend to. Interesting. Most of you are actually caught up with the novel, but just barely, right? So interesting. So there's half of you are anime onlys, which is already enough for me to not talk about novel spoilers. And even if most of you were novel readers, obviously I want to keep it clean for people who may watch the VOD in the future. You never know. I already have many videos where you can talk away in the comment section all you want, so... Huh, interesting. Rem does do this in the Arc 3 canon, doesn't she? I remember this. Doesn't Rem just outsail Kadamon by a lot? I remember this. They're outselling Kadamon by a lot. Just put cute girls in your stall. That's literally the trick to making money, man. Poor Kadamon, man. There's always a chick better than you, man. There's always a chick better than you. This reminds me of the meme where you see sometimes certain niches, you see this a lot with content creation, where you see like a dude that's doing something. Let's say, for example, me, I'm playing Prophecy of the Throne, right? If there was a chick with big titties that was playing Prophecy of the Throne, she would have like 10 times the viewership just because she's a chick, right? You see this a lot with content creation. To be clear, before any people make weird comments, men have other advantages, okay? Just so we're clear here. Kadamon is losing his mind, man. This is way too funny to me, man. Nice. Remember that in Arc 1 in the canon, Emilia ended up helping the girl by herself, I think, because she never met up with Subaru, because Subaru went straight to the loot house. Stopped count. Dude, in this art style, Rom is just overpowering, man. He's so big. Right, I mean, Rom technically stole from her, or was involved in the stealing, so... I mean, that is true. This is a very eccentric group of people gathered here. Huh. Interesting. Hold up. Hold up. That is interesting. Even Rem is surprised. So Rom just immediately guesses that Rem is an Oni. Huh. That also has interesting story applications. Interesting. See, I think this game obviously doesn't give you too much, as it shouldn't, by the way. It's just a visual novel that is not canon. But I think this game gives you some interesting lore tidbits. Not bad. Not bad. Subaru should store away a couple of apples. I mean, true.
あんまりいい意味にわしで答え
助かる。それで、
あら
その反応
ロズワールあ
ロムさん
いやいい今のは関係
For those who have never read X2, Rom has quite a beef with the Roswell family line, let's put it that way.
パラダールとはここよりずっと南
Oh, interesting.
隣国のボラキア帝国にある土地
Neighboring Wallachia, interesting.
あったという
過去形。
もう何年も前に消えてな知っておるのかパラダールの孫
Interesting. They were likely abducted by Mother, and the witch cult likely, huh?
パックも知ってるのパラダールって場所は知らないけど体のどこかに魔眼って呼ばれる第三の目を加護のような力それはシリオの風よけのそれに近いとは思うけど発言する魔眼
その精霊の言うアジン戦争の折にも
アジン戦争って
ロムジーもな。
まあわしは臆病もんじゃからな後ろでこそこそと逃げ回って
Rom is giving a half-truth here. He's not lying, but he's not telling the truth either. Really, Valorant? That's super exciting. Dude, once again, there are so many side stories in Rezero. At some point, like, Tape, my dude, just focus on the main story. Finish that one first, goddamn. The universe is so expansive. But that's super cool. Huh. So Rom knew the Onis. That's very interesting.
しかしパラ
信じてもらえるか怪しいけど、ただ、アジン関係の話を聞けるわ。ロムジーはオート暮らしも長そうだし、果物屋のおっちゃんとの
そしたら
そんな
そうこう言ってはなんですが鬼族だってレムと姉さんそんな
エミリアタン、エミリア。
うーん
ロムさん
仮にそう
パラダールの
あくまで噂に過ぎんがな魔眼族はどこぞへ連れ去られ
Interesting. Yeah, they were abducted by Mother. That's what I was thinking.
言ったじゃろう噂パラダールにあった魔眼
Mm-hmm.
100人も。
Interesting. Everybody in the tribe is a hostage. That's why Melty stays with them. Uh-huh.
ロムジー、確認したい。
その前置きをされるベルトのやつはその孫と知らずに引き離され
そうか。なら先に謝っておく。俺は今から
それでも生き生きしてるのは確かだね
それこ
Elder
人聞きが
abuse.
悪いだろう。前置きはともかく。
言う
さっきの噂、
パラダール
ついでに言えば、生き残りがいるなら、それが
随分と無茶
正
できるレムいえエミリア様ロム様は以前レムと姉様の村にも来た
Interesting. So Rem is saying what you just said, Valorant, that Rom has been there to the Oni village. Interesting.
やはりあの時の娘っ子か
レムと姉様は
うん
そしてロム様はそれでし
わかったわかっ
それなら
た借りは借りじゃそれを返すのはわしらの流儀古い友人と
そう言ってくれると助かる。
まだ結果が出たわけではないぞ
まあ、そう言うなよ。
ほう
ね。
みんなが
I mean, it is true. If they unveil the scheme, it could also help Felt. So.
いやあやスバルくん。
いや
話し合いは
ー
順調。
なあ、ぼちぼ
もちろん。
手伝ったとは控えめな表現。よもや君にとって友
Russell.
人とは牛馬のごとく好きにこき使える相手のことを指すのではあるまい。
おやおや。おっと。
ラッセル。
おや。
スバルも
あ、
まさか私のようなものの顔をご
ラッセル様も
無論です。 王都で商う者にとってましてや夏木殿は主夫妻の間も王政エミリア様と合わせ今王都で最も注目すべき
Great renown. Interesting. Even without fighting the white whale, it seems that Subaru is always a popular guy.
そんな高評価もらってんの？
いえ、当然私もすごく
そりゃがん
とそんなスバルくんびいきのラッセルがいたおいやいや
私は王都の商人組合の代表の立場皆様もどうぞ長く付き合うつもりなら悪い魔法使いの原稿には
I love how he calls him evil magician.
なんと威勢のいい返事おっ
うんこれは
ロズワールは割と偽悪的だからね。案外素直
Oh,
な反応
Puck
に
thinks that
弱い
Roswell is a tsundere, but I think Roswell is an actual bad guy.
やれやれこ
うまく逃げたものだ。
ああそれにして
いえいえ大丈夫ですよ。どうぞ今後の応戦でご活躍。
In this timeline, Subaru hasn't given his cell phone yet, so he can always just give his cell phone to Russell. That should be appropriate
そりゃ
payment.
そうなんだけど
そこがす
そう
ほら
あーちょま
よずいぶんとゆっくりやったや貴様ららしい
そこまでにしてもらおう。当家に招き入れた。
All of the candidates, even Priscilla? Priscilla is cooperating with the others?
いっそす
ほんとねスバル君の
何もかも俺の責任にするのは
ちょっと
言わせておきたまえよ、ベリス。自覚ってあれか？すごいことには違いないだろうね。まさか、賢治。
おお
All of the
当然
knights?
だけどこっちはこっちですげえ
That's a screenshot as well. Yeah, whatever. It was mentioned here in the game, and Valorant apparently knows the name of the side story. But I'm sure if you Google it, you can also figure it out. But yeah, Valorant, if you know the name of the side story, please tell it. That actually seems like a very interesting side story. I'm sure nothing of substance happens, but it seems to be like an interesting tidbit of trivia to know.
違いますよスバル君。応戦候補者の方は5人。
俺は騎士志望ってとこだが
スバル大丈夫。ただその場合リアの話
何の覚悟だよ
せいぜい考え
はいはい姉様もセッティングありがとうよ
I love how Rum supports Subaru.
ポンコツのくだらぬ前工場に用はないしわらわの貴重な時間を割くのじゃ
自公の挨拶一つでやいやい言うなよ
応戦に関わる重大事とのことだ。
そうそうスバル君とレムちゃんが応戦
はいそれ俺もいたから。
I was there too, man. Come on.
はい後でフェリちゃんが直々
あ、それ地味にすげえ助かる。
Aldebaran is so old man coded. I feel him so much, man. I wish I had fairies to heal my back. Sometimes I move and I'm like, oh damn, is this supposed to crack like this? God damn.
それに夏希君のちゃんとユリウスから証文と
てっきり今日はその話だと思ったのだが、一体どんな話を聞かせてくれるの？
私はまあ昨日
と、僕も事情は把握したくてね。
それも含めてちゃんと話すわまあ今のアルの自己主張の激しかった
あるの話と無縁ではないとなおおよそ想像は
Yeah, Priscilla has already deduced what's going on here, since one camp is absent.
欺瞞を並べ立てるなよボンあとはそれを口にするか否かのみならばわらわはこの場に
You can all lick each other's wounds.
姫さん、ただ乗り気じゃねえ話もあるってだけ。それだってしょうがない。
敵を相手に悠長なことを言うでも周りみんなが敵だって言うならここに来るのもすごく
Emilia is
危ないでし
cooking.
ょ
Emilia is roasting her right now.
それはきっと私たちを信じて期待してくれてたから
Emilia is spot on.
じゃないの
She managed to read Priscilla. Very good.
ハンマ風情の妄言は
お前
訂正か撤回すべきだな。プリシ
Nice. Krush coming in for the save.
あかんね姫さん
Everybody's roasting Priscilla. This is a great turn of events. I don't think we've ever had a moment like this in the actual series, where everybody's just ganging up on Priscilla. This is very good.
私はどっちって話でもねえけど、蛮族どもが群れて図に乗るでない。徒党を組めばわらわ。
姫さん、やめようぜ。さっきより状況悪くし。
やかましいぞ、ある。
あるでもダメか。仕方ない。
そりゃ冷たすぎるぜ、兄弟。
Poor
ア
Al.
ル殿の首は僕が切り離させないよ。プリシラ様、きっと。
剣聖が大口を叩く。
Interesting. Priscilla piped down for the Sword Saint. Very interesting dynamic. We never had this before. I'm enjoying this. We're getting dynamics we never had before in the main canon. Very nice.
この後はスバルに託した。
さりげには。
スバルなら大丈夫。
やれ。
やっぱり
人体を意のままに
じっくりと時間をかけて。でも今のスバルキュンの話だと
魔眼族の第三の目を隠し、食事全く
新しいもんにね。
The cat ears magic.
そうやね。フェリスさん。
フェリスの治癒魔法ならいける？
期待してくれるのは嬉しい。ちゃんと見てみなきゃあるけど。
I don't think Ferris would be able to. His is healing magic, and Capella is just an authority that fundamentally transforms the body, so it's very different situations.
思った通り、多分治癒魔法は効果がないと。ティーガキュンの話だとメルティス。
確実なこと。
これは例えばなんだけど。
あるキュンってなかなか新鮮な響き。
ある？
えい。この腕は。
このアルキュンの亡くなった腕ってフェリちゃんの血。
それは
なんでかっていうと、もう体がそれでだからメルティの体も魔眼が隠れてたり。
Yeah, makes sense.
だから治癒魔法。
マジか。
僕は治癒魔法には疎いけれど、残念だが治癒魔法において私の知見はフェリスに投稿。
悲しいかな。私も治癒魔法は増えて。
Rosal's magic is only for destroying. He has no ability for healing.
様々な文献、フェリス君の意見を否定。
一応話題に上がるかもしれん。もともと大抵
方針紹介のアナスタシア様同様、私の方でもお力に。
人の体を作り変えるなんて随分と
それができたら苦労はないけど。
Don't worry, you'll find them in Pristella. Have a good time with them.
あの姉ちゃんが後ろからわ
けだ。
難しい。
Reinhardt, can't you just think of a like BS blessing to just resolve the situation? Like the divine blessing of the open esophagus or something. Can't you just do that? Come on, Reinhardt.
長々と揃って
プリシラバ。
貴様とて分かっていよう。あとはその事実を明らかにし、それなのに何故？
それを。
その答えもなしに。そりゃ夢見が悪いからだろ。それ以外になんか理由がいるのかよ。
Felt with the save.
危ねえやつに利用されて聞けば聞くほど。
See, I think she's going to make Reinhardt just resolve the situation. Reinhardt, just acquire the blessing of open esophagus and let's just get it working. I mean, if Reinhardt says that he wants to kick the ass of people he doesn't like, that's like a war declaration, so... Sup, David? Yeah. Are you Portuguese as well? So you know it's a holiday tomorrow. I'm assuming it's not a holiday in Brazil, so... Is Axe Guy gonna show up in the game? No, unfortunately not yet. I want Felix behind my back too, but not for healing. Hey man, listen. I'm not going to judge you, but we've had a bit of everything today. We've had a bit of, you know, people into crazy women, people into boring women. Fanboys is the first one, so I wish you well. I wish you well.
偽の候補者が特定された。
アナスタシアさん。
ほら、
それ
早合点するのもはあ、面白い。
Embodiment of greed.
姫さんのそれは褒め言葉として、うちは後妻やからそんなにやけど、あっこから出てきたその問題をうちらで解決して、王戦の未来の大半は竜との盟約。どう？メギツネめ。
I mean, Anastasia is cooking here.
情とかと無縁の結論ってところがフェルト
だからといって全く情と無縁。ただ感情的に助けるといえばアナスタシアだからこそ必要なんだ。
Okay, Julius, you love Anastasia, we get it.
なんか恥ずかしいこと言うてない？
Anastasia may be your wife, but Subaru will always be your lover, so pipe down, man.
アナスタシア様が誤解する。
です。
あなたの騎士でよかったと。
それも一銭にもならんのやけど。
は
順番にしたそう不安げな目をするな。それにフェリス、私はお前の意見を聞きたい。今しがた私もまたさっきの二人と同じ。お前はどう思っている？
Interesting. Crush is sort of delegating her opinion to Ferris, or at least wanting to hear it out loud.
クルシ様、
ああ、
クルシ様の
ああ。
ただ同時に助けてほしいって言われたら、
Interesting.
それが手詰まり
Interesting
に
dynamic.
する人ならなおさらの暗闇の淵でどうにもならん。だから今の私がごめんなさい、クルシ様。
もう十分だ。
クルシ様、
私がお前を
Unthinkable.
ありえないな。私がお前を嫌うとしたら
クルシ様。
私も長々と待たせたが、これが私の結論だ。私は
Interesting. They all have a different motivation, and Crush will fight for Retainer's wishes. Who is a healer, so
わざわざ順を追い
just a charade.
だが歩くならば私自身。
もののついでじゃ。あ、私はここまで来て横の道家の意にした。確かにこの集いの始まりはそれの発言の席は貴様に。貴様は何？
Priscilla is just being a dick, right, on purpose. She just wants Emilia to say it and, you know, be assertive and stand up for herself. I don't even dislike what Priscilla is doing right now. She's just being a dick about her because, you know, it's Priscilla.
私ね、ずっとだけどある日初めて森を出て、この場には来てないけど、ベアトリスその子にもいつ王戦に参加を決めたから、みんなそんな風に張り詰めてたから、それでスバルが手助けしてくれて、たくさんの出会いと経験が。
Once again, she's very much more meek at this point in the story. But, you know, it's endearing, sort of. Once again, I don't know if it was a democratic vote, if I would vote for Emilia necessarily, but
だから私はメルティたちと出会った。
it's cute, it's cute.
ただすれ違っただけ。そのためにあの子たちに手助けだってちゃんとし。
最後の最後でふわっ。
でも
姫
ある。
いや兄弟たちが姫さんの
ある。勝手にわらわを分かったように言う。
分かってる分かってる。多分姫さん
解決策。わらわの道家の分。
悪い悪い。
これらの話を聞く前であったら。
Priscilla knows the solution?
最初から分かっていよう。フェリちゃんがそりゃだわけ。
楽。
発想の問題よ。人体を作る。
Right, if you cut open the throat and then heal it. Right, that's super metal, but you know, that's very much a Priscilla suggestion.
食道の切開、いや切除か。
手術ってあれや。
そうそれ。
最後で自信。
いや俺もわかる。仮に塞がれた食道を開く手術なら喉を切って食道を開いて、それが塞がらない。
とてもではありませんが、すぐに対応できるようなお話には。
一つ苦し K は実現のカフカで悩んでいるよ。
私ならできるから。
Ferris is the best healer, so
私なら死なせないで作業はできる。切って開いてとかやったこと
I've never
ない
done
から
things like cutting and
簡単じゃない
opening.
のは間違いないけど。
Huh. Right, so I'm assuming that medicine isn't super advanced in the Rezero world because of magic, which does make sense. Like, the best healer has never done cutting and opening. What about... I mean, they don't have bullets, right? But they do have arrows. So what if somebody has, like, an arrowhead stuck inside? You have to cut it, take it, and then heal it, right? Ferris has never done things like cutting and opening? That doesn't make any sense to me, even lore-wise. Like, what? You still have arrows. I mean, I guess we haven't seen a lot of arrows, but... I don't know, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Even with healing magic, that does not make any sense to me at all.
ユリウスは精霊術師なのよ。
エミリアタン聞こえているよ。
ユリウスが手伝ってくれるな。単純に今の作業をやるだけでも。
それなら
推薦
本気も本気、大本気だとも。
恐縮です。
Really? Rum. Interesting.
姉様がお手そんなに褒められると照れるわ。当然の評価だ。
Although it is warranted, she's so cheeky, man. I love her. I love her so much.
本当にいいよ。
愚問ね。やってのけ。
よし。フェリスが執刀医でラムと
自信満々にやれるにゃんって言えない。
その方が条件。
そりゃめでてえけど、よう猫耳。お気持ちは
And suitable by nature. That's a statement.
ほら、周りのま。
なので僕は治癒魔法が使われる現場。
おいおい、使えねえな。
Hey David, if you're Portuguese, then you're also staying up late, man. Be careful. When are we seeing Fortuna? I don't know, man. Feltwell is gonna win the royal election. I mean, probably. I think it's highly likely that the royal selection doesn't actually finish in the way it's supposed to. But I think Feltwell will be queen. I think narratively speaking, it's what makes the most sense, right? I think it's what we've been building up ever since Arc 1, so... Does Felix love Crush romantically? I'm not sure how to answer that. I think she loves her intensely, is about the best way I can put it. I don't know how to sort of classify their relationship, because at one point Felix wanted to be a woman in place of Crush, who could not be a woman due to her duty. So is that romantic love? Or would romantic love be more like she wants to, you know, kiss her and make babies with her or whatever? So her love is strange, but it's intense. Let's just put it that way. You're nearing the end of the game. Nice, nice, nice. Unc, it's 6 a.m. Go have some sleep, bro. 6 a.m. Not for me. For me, it's still 4 a.m.
ラインハルトを使えないキャラ。それにライン
了解し。
でも
ああ、
ポンコツ。
お前のしつこさも大概だな。
わらわを試そうなどと傲慢はやめよ。それこそ状況は組んだ。人員も何故。
それはい
いや、貴様らは意図的に目を背けている。青と最優、それに鬼の娘が手伝う。何故相手がそれを拒まぬと思える。それは救ってやろうな。
I mean, Subaru is somebody that will always save people, no matter if they want to be saved or not, so she does have a bit of a point there.
興ざめじゃな。ある。
ああ、そりゃ構わねえが。
いいも悪いもな。状況に流され、その対処に追われ、そんな愚物のこと。
お前の納得する答え。俺は状況に流されて起きる。
スバル。
だけどその中に助けたいあいつらもいるんだ。差し出して
取られなく
首根っこ掴んで助けてから説得したらいい。
watching Rezero season 4 and now listening to Subaru saying that he's going to grab people by the neck. It's quite an experience, that's all I'll say. I mean, he does have a point there.
とことん貴様の少年は同型。ほっとけ。やはりわらわの望んだ答えは得られなく。どうあれ、明日になれば答えが。
Spoilers, that was the answer she was looking for. She's just plain tough to get because she's Priscilla.
世界は。
それにしても
プリシラ様は苛烈な方だね。
とはいえあいつの意見がなかった。いやあいつの
スバルご本人
悪い悪い。
Talking about breasts with the boys?
それこそこんな気分は
抜擢されて光栄だね。
あいつの目的はメルティちゃんだ。
スバルあの場では言わなかったけど僕当然相手の抵抗はあるだろう。
こっちに被害を出さなくて済むか
ない。
おいおい。
This is even out of character. Reinhardt would never be prideful enough to be angry at the thought of him losing. I don't even know why Reinhardt has this sort of angry sprite, because he's always with that dumb smile that he has, that meathead smile.
友人の前だからじゃないが。
だけどそりゃ
傷は
だったら転んでもいいってなるか。やるなら勝ちたいし、どうせなら完全勝利を俺は苦戦も苦難も欲しくない。スキップしながらクリアだから
そうか。君が楽をさせてくれるというなら、実は意外とこの腰の剣も重たいんだ。
I mean, Reinhardt is not really much of a swordsman up until this point in the series. He just fists people with his hands, man. He doesn't really use his sword much.
Ah. 何かいや随分と君がうんざりするぐらい公的士として役目を果たすと約束するよ。
その約束いらねえな。
夏希さん、こっちこっち。
おい。
いや、言っときますけど、
悪い。
とりあえずで
スバル。
ああ、こいつは
見た目で運がないって何なんですかね。
I mean, that's a pretty accurate description for Otto.
お、知ってる。
あんた底抜けのバカ。
いかにも僕は今代の牽制を拝命している。だけどスバル
こんな動転してる状態で気軽って。
まあゆっくり鳴らしてったらいい。
もしかして
ああ、まあ
聞いてね。
Really, Otto and Reinhardt are teaming up.
に引き続いてもっといい話が。
初対面の僕が言うのもなんだけど、オットーは
僕の焦りに一役買ってるの。
往生際の
悪党の。
それも興味深い経験談だけど。
ああ、その説明のため
探しておる。
うわー、出た。
なんじゃこの若造。
Come on, Otto has traveled a lot. I don't know if he would be so flustered seeing Rome. Dude. Halifat. I think you may be on a list, man. Watch out what you say on the internet. The FBI will come for you.
そりゃ巨人がいきなり路地裏。
ロム殿。ロム殿。
ラインハルトか。こうして考える。
俺って人間の強い。その9割はそれじゃね
Subaru's
えかと。
power is about delegation.
うるせえな。俺は納得してん。
せかすでないわい。また。
悪かった悪かった。
アラダールのその後じゃ。やはり滅ぼされたので。
何が？
アラダールが滅んだのが数年。
待ってくれ。
マガン族の異能はマガンに宿る。
Interesting. So the eyes themselves have power. You can just sell them. That seems very bad.
マガンの出。
運のいい小僧じゃな、お前さんは。それを聞かん。
Don't ask for the connections, man. Just take the info.
ロムジーノ。
もちろん構わないさ。
詳しくはわかりませんが、これって絶対に笑いけど、 分かってますよ。それでも
血も涙。
僕がちゃんと見
安心してくれ。僕が
ちょろいやっちゃな。
I'm still not totally sure what Otto's role is in all of this. I guess being a merchant that will just lead Reinhardt to the place or whatever.
マガン族にチキはおらんが、同じアジン族が苦しんで。
オーケー、ラジャった。
おお、
こうなったら一連卓勝です。
よしよし、威勢のいいこった。
Quite
ラインハルト、頼んだぜ。
a peculiar group,
お前らが
these
頼む
three.
綱だ。
But I like it for some reason. One merchant, one strategist, and one walking nuclear weapon.
心得たよ。
ああ。
Okay, guys, and it's almost 4:30 a.m. So I think this is it for me.
セーブするわね。
Loop 5 day 9. Okay, so yeah, guys, this is it for me. Tomorrow I will be reacting to episode 10 of Rezero season 4. I don't know if I'm going to upload it right away because it is very late and I do need to sleep at some point. But yeah, editing sometimes takes a while. So yeah, tomorrow Rezero episode 10. Chapter reviews, if they come out, I will do them whenever I can, and also I will try to finish the Overlord series in the meantime. I'm thinking the next stream will probably be the last for Prophecy of the Throne. I'm thinking that we're very close to the end game, at least it seems like it, so I'm thinking of finishing the game in one more stream. And yeah, after that, let's see. I want to stream something that's a bit more game-like. I'm still not sure what that will be, but probably not a visual novel. So, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you guys spending the time with me, spending the night with me, for those of you who are also on a very bad schedule like myself. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and see you in